It's on? Okay. Godwin had asked me to prepare a brief eulogy for Professor Valentine Mudimbe, who passed away on the 21st of April. And without much ado, let me just go. I have prepared a written text because sometimes we tend to ramble, so I just want to keep within time. This is titled Viewer Mudimbe, a personal tribute. When Immanuel Kant died in 1804, Johann Gottfried Herder, who had attended Kant's lectures as a youth, but who later grew critical of his philosophy in later years, said this about the Prussian philosopher. I have enjoyed the good company of knowing a philosopher who was my teacher. His seat of undisturbed contentment and joy. There flowed from his lips a discourse rich in thought. Jest and wit and humor were always at his command. Nothing worth knowing was indifferent to him. No cabal, no sect, no prejudice, no desire for fame could ever distract him in the slightest from broadening and illuminating the truth. He encouraged and gently impelled others to think for themselves. Despotism was foreign to his nature. This man, whom I name with the utmost thankfulness and reverence, is Immanuel Kant. What Herder said about Kant, I will say about Valentine Mudimbe, a philosopher I had the good fortune of knowing and to call my friend. Mudimbe passed away on the 21st of April, 2025 at the age of 83. Once during a visit at Auburn Court, Mudimbe's longtime residence in North Carolina, I asked him how he would like to be remembered. Surprised by the question, he responded, "But I am just a teacher." About Mudimbe. He was a poet, a multidisciplinary thinker who advanced our knowledge of African systems of thought and challenged us to develop original strategies within the social disciplines. His groundbreaking The Invention of Africa reoriented African studies, teaching us new ways of engaging Africa as an object of knowledge and pushing back against Eurocentric and frankly racist scholarship about Africa. Someone recently remarked that the field of African philosophy can now be broadly divided into two epochs, before and after Mudimbe. And this is not an exaggeration, because every major philosophical debate that have taken place in African philosophy and every major text that have been written since the publication of The Invention of Africa has been influenced by that text. Born in Jadotville, Lakasi, Shaba, Katanga province, in the then Belgian Congo, but now the Democratic Republic of Congo, on the 8th of December, 1941, Mudimbe left his family at the tender age of 9 for a Catholic seminary. There he received an education that he said, and in his own words, basically emphasized Greco-Roman humanism and Catholic Benedictine values. By the time he was 18, he had, in his own words, to Greco-Roman values and Christian norms. While this will contribute to making him the rigorous, expansive thinker he will become, the seminary experience and its alienating and assimilationist violence dissuaded him from interest in becoming a priest. And though he will become a Benedictine monk for a brief period in a monastery in Rwanda, it was clear that his interest lay elsewhere. Mudimbe left the monastic life at 21 to study philosophy at Lovanium University in Kinshasa. Thereafter, he went to France, where he earned a master's in applied linguistics at Besançon in 66, and then the University of Paris in 68. In 1970, he completed a doctorate in philosophy and letters with high honors at Lovanium University in Belgium. He returned to Congo-Zaire the same year, and he quickly rose within the university system, serving in various academic and administrative roles at the newly created National University of Zaire, first in Kinshasa and then Lubumbashi. His dream of building an academic institution that he hoped would serve as sites where thought could illuminate existence ended in frustration as political pressure to conform to the demands of an increasingly authoritarian and repressive regime forced him into forced self-imposed exile in the United States from 1980 onwards. On this self-imposed exile, he told Gaurav Desai in 1991, "I chose to leave Zaire in 1980 when Mr. Mobutu decided to have me as a member of a central committee in charge of, I guess, ideology and things like that, with, I think, cabinet status. It seemed sound to me to decline that position because I didn't think of myself, and I still do not think of myself as a politician. My job is to be a teacher, and I have done this. I have done it resisting all invitations to be involved in politics." In the United States, he immediately established himself as the leading African scholar and one of the 20th century's greatest thinkers. He held teaching positions at Haverford College, 1980 to 88, Duke University, 1988 to 94, Stanford University, 1995 to 2000, before finally settling down at Duke University as Newman Ivy White Distinguished Professor of Literature in the Duke Literature Program in 2000 until his retirement in 2024. He mentored generations of scholars and shaped debates in post-colonial studies, French existentialism, phenomenology, structuralism, African mythical thought, and epistemologies. Mudimbe was the recipient of many honors. He was awarded honorary doctorate from the University of Paris, 7 Diderot, the Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium, Laval University in Canada, and the University of Lubumbashi, which now houses his personal library, the Bibliothèque Mudimbe. He also was awarded the Haskovit Award from the African Studies Association in 1989 for the invention of Africa. Though rooted in philosophy, Mudimbe's work defies classification. His distinctive and erudite critical project contributed to various bodies of knowledge in disciplinary fields such as philosophy, anthropology, theology, post-colonial studies, decolonial theory, literary criticism, cultural studies, prose fiction, and African studies more broadly. His philosophical writings, poetry, novels, and scholarly essays consistently challenge the structures that shape understanding of African cultures, identities. Gaurav Desai that he was, in quote, the product of my time and my space and my conscience, or if you like, my consciousness. And then he further went on to say, sometimes I might use myself as a teacher, at other times as an African scholar. In other circumstances, I may be introduced as someone who is interested, let's say, in phenomenology or the history of ideas. When we define ourselves, thanks to the expectations we believe, thanks to the expectation we believe others have of us, we are limiting and we are simplifying the complex beings that we are. Mudimbe has variously been described as a polymath, a polyphonic thinker, a multidisciplinary thinker, a walking bibliothèque. This is why when he died in my post, I said, a library has been brought down. He was the most, personally to me, he was my teacher, a friend, and an intellectual father. He was the most perceptive person I ever met. And it was Valentine Mudimbe who taught me how to be an intellectual. Above all, he was a human being whose humility and generosity of spirit were unmatched. His greatest legacy, however, is not in his written text, but in the numerous students like myself that he mentored. This will ensure that Mudimbe will live on and he will never die. Rest in peace, my friend. Yours was a life that was well lived. One day when my work is done, I hope that I will be able to see you on the other side. Thank you. And I know we are short of time, but Professor Eliseo, I will pass the mic to you to just say a few words and to conclude.
Thank you, Zuba, and good morning. Yeah, thank you for this very moving tribute to a great African scholar. In fact, when I learned of the passing of Mudimbe, I wrote something and I shared that with Zuba, and that's why he wanted to read it here, just to share our grief, basically. I too owe a significant part of my decision to pursue African studies to reading Mudimbe's The Invention of Africa. I read it right after publication in the late 80s. No one had recommended it to me. I saw it in the bookshop at the Africa Center in London, Coventry Garden. I bought it and loved it. It inspired my master's thesis, which I wrote shortly afterwards in the context of the sociology of the family. And the title of my thesis was The Invention of the African Family. So not very original. If you are interested in it, I can tell you, I don't even know where it is. It was written at the time when things were typewritten. Later, when I decided to do my PhD in Germany, better understand the context in which Mudimbe had written his work and the significance this had for the construction of knowledge of and about Africa. My German supervisor was a mere sociologist specializing in Max Weber and Georg Simmel, with a very strong interest in issues arising from European cultural sociology. He gave me the space which I needed to marry his expertise with the African erudition I was discovering in the works of African intellectuals, especially African philosophers. And although my immediate reference was Karl Mannheim's Sociology of Knowledge, it was in Mudimbe that I found the intellectual inspiration to learn to value knowledge without becoming subservient to intellectual authority. Although dense and almost cryptic in his writing, Mudimbe taught me that mastering what one criticizes is essential for the construction of knowledge. And largely because of him, I ended up teaching myself philosophy, because I realized that the colonial library he helped us identify was not just made up of prejudice. It was also made up of solid scholarship, that needed to be confronted at its own level, not at the level of slogans. Because Mudimbe was a very serious scholar. I received the news of his passing from a dear Burkinabe friend of mine, who is a professor in Paris, in a gesture which was full of meaning to me. I felt a very strong sense of belonging to an imagined community of African scholars scattered around the world. And if we had been side by side when we received the news of Mudimbe's passing, I'm sure we would have cried in each other's arms. Not because we had any kind of a family relationship or personal relationship, friendship with this great intellectual, but because we would have felt the loss of an elder in our intellectual adventure. I thought of all the other African friends I have out there. One friend in Quebec, another in Nantes, another in Accra who relocated from Frankfurt, and several others of a book that honors Mudimbe's legacy. And that book resulted from a conference that was held in Dakar, a very good conference where I actually met Zubairu. I know that with these friends too, we would have shed tears. I know we will when we meet again soon in Côte d'Ivoire in a little while. So at the time I wrote this piece here, I will be giving my lecture in a seminar at the University of Basel where I work. And that seminar is called Theories of Africans and Everyone Else. And what I do in that seminar is to read great books written by African scholars with the students. Last week, actually, almost as a prelude, I spoke about the invention of Africa. And I had tried to include the students in the joy and privilege of having a job that brings us into contact with brilliant minds. And the students, who are mostly Swiss and German students, really enjoyed learning about Mudimbe. At the time I wrote that I didn't know if I would be able to announce his death without bursting into tears. And I didn't burst into tears, but I felt strongly about this loss. Thank you.
I know it's a general cliche to talk about in the African context when an elder dies, a library is burnt down. It never was the case for many of the people we're talking about, and it definitely is not the case for Mudimbe, because he left its treasure trove of works behind. So in a sense, the library is not burnt, it's alive. May I please ask us to stand up to just observe a minute silent, in honor of Valentine Mudimbe. May his soul rest in peace. Now to the task, the original task for this morning at hand. We have a panel that is listed here as the diversity question, and partly because it's diverse in its focus and its thematic, orientation. We have 4 presentations. There is the first presentation by Fred Hendricks at Rhodes University and a former dean of the Faculty of Humanities. He'll be speaking on academic freedom in South Africa, rights and reality of racialized inequality. Then Dr. Tom, who is listed here as University of Zimbabwe, and also a postdoctoral fellow who is my chair at the University of South Africa. I will be making a presentation on disability inclusion and academic freedom in Zimbabwe, antinomies, experiences, and lessons to other African countries. Now, this is where you need to pay attention. What is listed in the presentation by Dr. Kenneth Simala of Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology in Kenya is the correct title is Crisis of Humanities, Epistemic Injustice, and the Struggle for Academic Freedom in Africa. The presentation will be in Kiswahili. And then the final presentation will be by Dr. Tamuno Opubo at that temple. Okay. Of the Olabisi Onabanjo University of, Onabanjo University, Ogun State, Nigeria. And the title of the presentation will be the role of academic freedom in promoting inclusive mental health support systems in African higher education. In African higher education. So I invite Professor Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, especially for the plus. So Jimmy's made it very clear that we have to stick to the time. I asked for some time for acknowledgements, and he made it very clear that my time for acknowledgements will be added to my time. So I would really have liked to have spent much longer acknowledging, especially Codestia staff, to thank them for what they've done in putting together this meeting. In particular, also Issa. So I'm just going to mention, I would have liked to have spoken much more about this, Adbayo, Godwin, Lynn, and so on. But I would also like to acknowledge the designer of the banner. He's taken a very simple metaphor of being free as a bird, and she has created something quite beautiful. Just to acknowledge that. We've been talking a lot about academic freedom and the linkages between the struggle for academic freedom and broader struggles. We've also been talking a lot about student struggles. And we have in our midst one of the icons of student struggles, one of the icons of political struggles, one of the icons of the South African liberation struggle, who spent a long time on Robben Island with Nelson Mandela. And we are very, very happy to have him in our midst. Sats, you want to just stand up, please? yeah. Okay, so as you would have noticed, I've changed my title that was initially sent to Academic Freedom for Some is Academic Freedom for None. And the subtitle remains the same, Rights and the Reality of Racialized Inequality in South Africa. I hope this is going to work. So I pointed at the back. It worked. Oh, there we go. There we go. So I have three preliminary quotations that I'm just putting out there to provoke some thinking. The first is an inscription which is at the entrance to the main auditorium in the main hall of Uppsala University, which is where I did a master's and a PhD. Tinker fritt är stud, men tänker rätt är större. I'm not going to comment on it, although I'd really like to do that. Can you go back to number 2, please? I think. Yeah, let me just tell you when I. Just can you go on to the next slide? Okay, so this comes from Allahabad, and I think it's quite a beautiful commentary on where it's a commentary of its time, 1947, but I still think the university stands for humanism, for tolerance, for reason, for the adventure of ideas. I particularly like that formulation, and for the search for truth. It stands for the onward march of the human race towards ever higher objectives. If universities discharge their duties adequately, then it is well with the nation and the people. Can you go to the next slide, please? So you'd notice that I've taken the new title for this paper from a famous song by the legendary trombonist Jonas Gwangwa from South Africa. And his song is Freedom for Some is Freedom for None. I'll come back in particular to this formulation. Can we go over to the next slide, please? So this is the outline of the talk. I start with trying to provide the context of racialized inequality in South Africa and why that is important in understanding the dynamics of academic freedom. I then go on to discuss the South African discourse on academic freedom and why I have serious critiques of it. I go over to a current debate, which we'll come to, and then I end with an argument for engaged scholarship. Next slide, please. So let me start with racialized in two other countries to be the most unequal country in the world. Those two countries are Namibia and Brazil. But very many people say that South Africa is the most unequal. But if you look at it statistically and you look at the way in which Gini coefficient, different ways of measuring inequality, but those are the three countries in the world that are the most unequal. The distinction of South Africa, though, is that the inequality, despite 1994, the democratic transition of 1994, we still have inequality that coincides very largely along racial lines. The inequality of apartheid still coincides with those racial lines. And what lies at the heart of this inequality is a fundamental dispossession of land. And I'll come back a little bit to discuss South African exceptionalism and those kinds of questions. But I do think it's important to mention at this point, in demonstrating the extent of inequality, no other African country experienced the kind of land dispossession that South Africa did. If you look at a country like Tanzania, the actual occupation of land by colonists was minute, was very small. It varies from 1% of active occupation to about 5% of active occupation. Zambia, the same thing, very little active occupation of land by colonists. And then you come to Southern Africa, or what Samir Amin called South Africa of the labor reserves. You get Namibia, where white colonists took about 50% of the land surface. Zimbabwe, between 50 and 60% of the land surface. Eswatini, the same thing, former Swaziland. In South Africa, however, white colonization took more than 90% of the land surface of the country. The 1913 Land Act divided the country into areas for the exclusive occupation of Africans, and that amounted to only 7.3% of the land surface of the country. So it dispossessed, the overwhelming majority of the country was dispossessed by that colonization. Africans were to be herded into these reserves, which initially in 1913 was 7.3%. It built up in 1936 to 13% of the land surface. But still, you're looking at an enormous breakdown, essentially, of, you spoke about the peasantry now the other day, it's smashing of any independent form of living for indigenous Africans. It was impossible to make a living out of farming effectively. That wherewithal to undertake farming as a manner of subsistence was completely taken away from them. And so the overwhelming majority of the population were dependent on some other form of wage labor. And that racialized, which racialized inequality persists. So when you look at racialized inequality at the university system, it is the same. If you look at racialized inequality shares in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, it's the same. If you look at educational inequalities, health inequalities, you can think of any indice, there are still extreme inequalities which are deeply racialized. The legacy of apartheid still lives very much is alive in South Africa, and I think we must recognize that. Can we go over to the next? So that's kind of an overarching context. I do want to look at some more specific contexts. So this is a dean at the University of Zululand. I know that we at least have one person from the University of Zululand here. Professor Kamwendo was a member of SAHUDA, which is the South African Humanities Deans Association, when he was killed in May 2018. When we're talking about academic freedom, then deans have to be able to do their job as deans. We're trying to show how the context at particular universities is very, very different. If you go on to the next slide, please. So this is the killings at Fort Hare. Two people and Pietrus Roots were killed. And then Mboneli Vezele was killed. He was the bodyguard and driver to Sakele Buhlungu, who's the vice-chancellor. And this is what Sakele says about the context and about academic freedom in particular. They're battling us with guns. We should move away from this homogenous idea that there's one definition of academic freedom for everyone. No, it means it means different things. It means different things. It's shaped by our different histories. We, the University of Fort Hare, come from a particular history that has kind of killed the soul, the fiber of our institution since 1959. 1959 is in reference to a very strangely named law called the Extension of Higher Education Act in South Africa. Basically, it meant that you're going to set up Bantustan universities. So up until 1959, Fort Hare was an open kind of, for all blacks could go to Fort Hare, but after 1959, only Xhosa-speaking blacks could come to Fort Hare. That was the idea anyway. The roots of violence and the killings and what you see on TV today, it all originates from there. So let's be mindful and be open up this notion of academic freedom and autonomy, because they're very different. Academic freedom for what may happen at UCT. He gave the speech at UCT, has probably the most famous academic freedom lecture in the country. It's called the T.B. Davey Academic Freedom Lecture, and he did this lecture in 2013. Yeah, 2013. It was a brilliant lecture, and it's on the UCT website, and I'd advise you to have a look at it. It's really a fantastic lecture, which shows just how, at the higher education level, the context of apartheid remains alive in a hierarchy, a racialized hierarchy of universities. We accept that all university landscapes will be hierarchized. There will be a hierarchy. There will be a way in which they are differentiated. The problem in South Africa is that that differentiation still coincides very largely along racial lines, despite the gestures towards institutional redress. So many of the historically black universities remain at the bottom of that pile, suffering from poor academic credibility and poor management, poor infrastructure, poor libraries, poor laboratories, and so on, etc. That is just what we've inherited. The democratic government has done very, very little to reverse this trend, to reverse this extreme inequality. Can you go over to the next slide, please? Sorry. So, given that discourse, you would expect that you would have an idea about academic freedom that takes that discourse, that context into account, that considers that inequality. And yet, what we have in South Africa is a discourse that is located very firmly within a legalistic framework. It's a framework derived from the Constitution. It's a framework of rights that does not speak to the context. And it's a framework of rights which emerges from this T.B. Davey mantra of no interference in teach, what we shall teach, who shall teach, and so on. In other words, a very, very limited, constrained notion of academic freedom, an academic freedom that is akin more to institutional autonomy. Segregated academic, we have an enduring segregation in South Africa. Is that why is it possible for you to have an academic freedom that is similarly segregated? It doesn't make any sense. So freedom for some is freedom for none, really. Can you go over to the next slide, please? Okay. I don't know what happened there. Jimmy, I hope you're not counting the time. This is not my problem. No signal. Anyway, so what I go on to then, after providing a critique of the South African discourse, and that's the bulk of the paper, I go on to a very recent current debate. Is it coming up there? Oh, it's not coming up here. And this debate was started by the Dean of Science at the University of Witwatersrand. It was March 2025. And he asked the question, should our universities respond to geopolitical conflicts around the world? And referring specifically to the ongoing genocidal massacres in Palestine, his position calls for higher education institutions to be neutral. And we'll come back to that. Can you go over to the next slide, please? There are many problems with the way in which he's formulated it, but I want to hone in particularly on the question of neutrality. This is the central point that he's making. Universities releasing an official statement on the Israeli-Palestinian matter is not an academic freedom matter. He says it's not an academic freedom matter. Even though academic freedom is a right accorded to academics, a special group of individuals in society with important rights, responsibilities, and obligations, it is practiced on an individual basis. Important. We practice academic freedom as independent, critical public voices. It goes against the principles of academic freedom for the university to impose a hegemonic view from the top of an essential on this among staff and on and students. Can you go on to the next slide, please? So the reason that he responded to this is because one of the last universities to issue a statement on the Palestinian matter was Wits University, but 8 or 9 have done so. I'm saying 8 or 9 because and you can see which ones they are there. According to AI, Northwest University also issued a statement, but I couldn't find anything on the website. So definitely 8, possibly 9 have signed such a thing. Can you go over to the next slide, please? Okay. So across the continent, the humanities, social sciences, and arts are under direct attack, and that direct attack is driven internally and also imposed externally. It's driven internally by managerialism, as we've heard, but it's also imposed from the outside, largely through state interference, through state intervention. We need to have a more detailed, I think, appreciation of the connections between the concepts of institutional autonomy and academic freedom. I do also want to just refer to Thandika Mkandawire, legendary social scientist, a doyen of social sciences on the continent, and his comment that across the continent, it was only in Algeria and in apartheid South Africa that there was a cooperative arrangement between the intelligentsia and the political class. Nowhere else did that exist. There was always opposition between the intelligentsia, between intellectuals and thanks, Jimmy, and the political class. And that was largely also as a result of repression and so on. And his argument was that without that engagement, the political class suffers, but the intellectual class also suffers. So when you're talking about engaged scholarship, you're talking about the necessity for ensuring that you build communities of scholars, communities of scholarship, that also at the same time ensure an informed citizenry. And an informed citizenry, you can't really have a democracy if you don't have a citizenry that is informed, especially in the current context where we have disinformation, outright lies, where presidents of major nations are proved to be liars who lie just as a matter of course. You need to ensure that you have a citizenry that is thoroughly informed. Can you go over just to a concluding opinion, Jimmy, if you don't mind? It's just 2 quotations, which I think speak to everything that we've been doing here. Desmond Tutu in 1984 said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you say that you are neutral, The mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. And this is what Mandela says. We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians, without the resolution of conflicts in East Timor and Sudan and other parts of the world. Mandela said that in 1997. Thank you very much. Okay, Jim.
Thank you, Fred. I'm sorry, if you having to rush, you and the others, but I imagine it will get easier from now on. That's on the promise that I got from the other presenters. So next, Dr. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. A nice morning to you all. As we proceed with our discussion around academic and intellectual freedom, seeking pathways of expanding and securing that freedom, my contribution focuses on disability inclusion and its interface with academic and intellectual freedom. And I am situating my contribution within a broader context of transformative and inclusive social policy and development. And for purposes of this contribution to this forum, I am prioritizing the achievements, the work in progress, the contradictions, and also the lessons that other African countries can draw from our experience. So in this context, where are we as a nation? 15% of Zimbabwe's population are people with disabilities, and they are experiencing various challenges. And our country is a signatory and has adopted vital frameworks that are relevant to improving the lives of people with disabilities, including the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and also the African Charter on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Our Constitution specifically highlights the rights and freedoms of everyone, including people with disabilities, with Section 85 of the Constitution actually outlining the rights of people with disabilities and also their right to seek legal redress if their rights are violated. The national vision within which the current regime, headed by Emmerson Mnangagwa, is also driving governance, emphasize leaving no one and no place behind. Therefore, it emphasizes inclusion, collective currents and collective futures. We also have a disability services department in the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, which partners with other stakeholders in an attempt to uphold the rights of persons with disabilities. The government also encourages and supports the development of institutional disability policies for contextual protection and upholding of their socio-economic well-being. However, we have some insistent challenges that continue to constrain the participation and contribution of people with disabilities, particularly in this context, the academics and intellectuals. And these are important as we revisit the Kampala Declaration on academic and intellectual freedom and future frameworks that we may develop. Number one is the low entry of people with disabilities in university education and also in terms of employment. Universities are arenas where they can learn and get the skills, knowledge, and also practice their right to academic and intellectual freedom and contribute to the national or global body of knowledge. yet the majority are not getting that opportunity due to social and economic factors that are already accumulating in the wider society. Number two is the covert exclusion of people with disabilities in terms of employment. Although the employment policies and procedures of our universities are aligned to the Labor Act, which emphasizes non-discrimination on whatever basis, could it be disability, gender, ethnicity, race, and so forth. Yet the exclusion is done covertly. You may apply, you may be shortlisted, but you may not get the job. Number three is non-availability of institutional policies. In some cases, of the 20 universities that are currently accredited by the Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education, only 8 have disability policies. Yet we are arguing that policies are within which the universities should operate, and they guide how they conduct business in relation to the lives of people with disabilities and their inclusion in particular circumstances. Number four is the low participation of people with disabilities in university governance structures and processes, and also the associations for the university teachers or the university lecturers, which is an important dimension on which the people can exercise their rights and responsibilities and contributions. Number five is limited or non-availability of infrastructure and services that would guarantee the contribution and free participation of academics and intellectuals with disabilities in terms of teaching, in terms of research and the publication. And here I'm focusing mostly on assistive technologies that may not be available in particular universities. Having outlined this context, my question is from here to where and how. The purpose of this forum, from my understanding, is that we are taking a review and also assessing the current situation and also charting the future forward as a collective in terms of how we can improve academic and intellectual freedom. So I draw your attention to just 3 aspects here. Number one would be the direct participation of academics and intellectuals with disabilities in the review and also the development of the frameworks or the guidelines on academic freedom and also intellectual freedom. Number two is the provision of these guidelines, for instance, the Kampala Declaration, in accessible formats that are easily accessible and usable by people with disabilities in their variety. It could be visual, it could be hearing, and so forth. And number three is the synergy of policies and institutions. The nature of disability and its associated problems is broader. It's not only restricted to the institutions of higher learning, but also expands to the wider society. Therefore, an attempt to improve disability inclusion in relation to academic and intellectual freedom should also focus on how best we can include people who are excluded on the basis of various categories, not only disability, but gender, race, ethnicity, and other components. So as a way of wrapping up my brief presentation, which I hope is intended to stimulate debate, because I'm not the custodian or the sole knower of disability issues and the academic freedom. I've just highlighted some key points that relate to our context, but that can be a basis of our discussion as we collectively review the Kampala Declaration and also try to map the future forward and secure expanding academic and intellectual freedom. So as a way of wrapping up, I would like to draw your attention to an argument made by one African scholar, Professor Jimmy Adesina, who argues that academic freedom is sacrosanct, but so is ethical and responsible conduct. So, by extension, my argument is that academic and intellectual freedom is important to everyone, having a disability or not. And secondly, this academic freedom or intellectual freedom should be accompanied by ethical and responsible conduct by us as academics and also as intellectuals. I thank you.
Thank you, and I should commend Tom especially for keeping to his promise of presentation in 10 minutes. So he loaned part of that time to Fred. But Kenneth, you're not loaning and you're not receiving. Kenneth will be our next presenter, and it will be in Kiswahili.
Asante sana mwenyekiti, wajumbe wa mkutano huu. Jina langu ni Sivala. Mie ni mwalimu wa Kiswahili, na mbali na kuwa mwalimu wa Kiswahili nimekuwa mtumishi katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki kwa miaka 5. Nilikuwa katibu mtendaji wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki niliyehusika na kamisheni ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo makala hii ni kutoa tajriba niloipata na ambayo naendelea kuipata kama mwalimu na mtumishi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo naomba kwanza nitangulize shukrani zangu za dhati kwa Codesria kwa kunialika, lakini muhimu zaidi kutoa fursa kwa Kiswahili kuweza kutumika katika mkutano huu. Si jambo ambalo tunalichukulia kwa wepesi. Ni jambo ambalo tumekuwa tukilipigania kwamba tunahitaji Kiswahili kipewe nafasi katika majukwaa mbalimbali, na miongoni mwa majukwaa hayo ambayo tunafikiria ni muhimu sana ni mikutano kama hii. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana Codesria, na hasa kwa kutoa nafasi ya ukalimani, na ndio maana nawasilisha makala yangu kwa Kiswahili. Lakini muhimu zaidi, nawasilisha makala yangu kwa Kiswahili kwa heshima ya mwanzilishi wa taifa hili, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, kwamba Nyerere mara nyingi alikuwa na midahalo hapa chuoni. Midahalo yake ilikuwa inazungumzia swala la umajumui wa Afrika, lakini maendeleo ya jamii. Na mwalimu alikuwa mwana majumui ambaye hakusema tu, bali alitenda. Alifanya tafsiri za fasihi na maandishi mengine kuingia katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Lengo lilikuwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wa kawaida wanaelewa. Alitambua umuhimu wa Kiswahili. Lakini umuhimu zaidi ni kwamba mwalimu alitambua umuhimu wa Kiswahili katika kujenga umoja. Alitumia Kiswahili kuunganisha jamii mbalimbali za Tanganyika, akajenga taifa la Tanganyika. Akatumia Kiswahili kuunganisha nchi mbili, Tanganyika na Zanzibar, kujenga Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Lakini pia mwalimu alitumia Kiswahili katika kuasisi, ama alielezea umuhimu wa Kiswahili katika kuasisi Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Maana yake nini? Kwamba mwalimu alitambua umuhimu wa lugha katika umajumui wa Afrika. Kwa kwamba umajumui wa Afrika unaweza kujengwa kutoka mashinani. Kwa hivyo natoa wasilisho langu kwa Kiswahili kwa heshima ya mwalimu, lakini pia nieleze kwamba wengi wetu tunafahamu chuo kikuu hiki kilikuwa ngome ya wakereketwa ambao walipigania uhuru wa kitaaluma na walikuwa wananchi kutoka sehemu mbalimbali za ulimwengu. Jambo ambalo wengi wetu hatutambui ni namna ambavyo swala la lugha liliweza kutinga baadhi ya shughuli walizohitajika kuzifanya, kwamba mbali na kuwa na mijadala katika chuo, mwalimu aliwahimiza waweze kutangamana na wananchi, kwamba uhuru wa kitaaluma hauna maana kama hauwezi kutoa mchango kwa maendeleo ya nchi. Na hivi majuzi nilikuwa nikisoma makala ambayo iliandikwa kumhusu Walter Rodney ambaye alikuwa hapa, na anakiri kwamba miongoni mwa changamoto alizokumbana nazo ni tatizo la kutoweza kuwasiliana na wananchi kwa kutumia Kiswahili. Alitamani sana awaeleze wananchi kila ambacho alikuwa anakizungumzia hapa, lakini alikuwa anakumbwa na changamoto ya kuweza kuwasiliana kwa Kiswahili. Alijaribu, lakini alikubali kwamba lugha lilikuwa ni tatizo. Na kukumbusheni kwamba tunaweza tukazungumza mazuri, maazimio mazuri, tamko la Kampala, lakini bila wananchi kuelewa tamko hilo lina maana gani, bila sisi kuwasiliana na jamii na namna ambavyo tunaweza kuchangia maendeleo ya taifa na mataifa yetu na bara la Afrika, litakuwa ni tatizo. Alafu muhimu zaidi ni kwamba chuo hiki kimechangia ukuaji wa Kiswahili kote ulimwenguni, kwamba chuo taasisi ya Kiswahili na baadaye sasa hivi tuna taasisi ya taaluma za Kiswahili TATAKI ambayo inaendeleza Kiswahili. Na kwa hivyo tunachokifanya hapa ni kwa niaba ya lugha nyingine za Kiafrika ambazo nazo zinatamani kuwa na nafasi kama vile Kiswahili. Wakati nikihudumu kwenye Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tulikumbwa na changamoto nyingi. Tulikuwa na pingamizi nyingi mno pale ambapo tulitaka Kiswahili kitambuliwe kuwa lugha rasmi katika nchi zote za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Pingamizi ilikuwa ni kwa watumishi wakuu wa serikali kwamba hatuhitaji Kiswahili. Lakini kila mara nilikuwa nawaambia kama kuna kitu ambacho tunatamani kutoka Tanzania ni umoja. Na msingi wa huo umoja ni lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo kila nilipokuwa nikisema hoja hiyo na kumnukuu Mwalimu Nyerere kwenye vikao, wapinzani wote walikuwa na nyamaza, kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili ina uwezo wa kujenga umoja. Wakati nikihudumu pia tuliweza kupata ujumbe kutoka Jumuiya ya Maendeleo ya Kusini mwa Afrika SADC, wakati ambapo walitaka kukitumia Kiswahili kuwa mojawapo ya lugha rasmi. Walikuja Zanzibar na tukakaa nao na kuwaeleza umuhimu wa kutumia Kiswahili. Alhamdulillah, waliweza wakakitumia, wakaamua kuchukua Kiswahili kuwa lugha ya 4 rasmi kwenye jumuiya hiyo. Kwenye Umoja wa Afrika tulikuwa na kikao hapa Dar es Salaam ambapo Kamisheni ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki iliweza kuongoza mchakato ambapo tulikuwa na tamko la Dar es Salaam Framework of Action kuhusu Kiswahili katika bara la Afrika, na ambapo Umoja wa Afrika uliweza kukitambua Kiswahili kuwa mojawapo ya lugha rasmi, na ndio lugha ya kwanza ya kiasili ya Afrika kutambuliwa na Umoja wa Afrika. Vivyo hivyo tumetoa mawasilisho Addis Ababa kwenye mikutano ya UNESCO, tukawaeleza umuhimu wa kuwa na Kiswahili na kutambuliwa katika Umoja wa Mataifa, na tunashukuru kwamba tarehe 7 ya kila Julai kila mwaka ni siku ya Kiswahili duniani. Kwa hivyo ninachokieleza hapa ni kwamba lugha ni muhimu, lakini licha ya umuhimu huu, wale ambao tunafundisha lugha hii katika vyuo tunapitia changamoto nyingi. Changamoto ambazo tunapitia ni kwamba katika vyuo vingi, sio tu Kiswahili na lugha nyingine za Kiafrika, fasihi za Kiafrika, kwamba hatutambuliwi, tunadharauliwa. Nakumbuka nilipoomba kuwa profesa mshiriki, niliulizwa, mbona hujawahi kuchapisha kwenye majarida ya kimataifa? Nilikuwa nimechapisha kwenye majarida ya hapa Chuo Kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Kwa hivyo nikauliza jopo, majarida gani ambayo ni zaidi ya yale ambayo nimechapisha Dar es Salaam? Nikawaambia hakuna jarida lingine lolote la kimataifa kuliko Mulika la kutoka Dar es Salaam. Baadaye nilipoomba kuwa profesa kamili, nilikumbana na changamoto hiyo kwamba hivi mbona vitu unavyoandika havihusiani na Kiswahili moja kwa moja. Licha kwamba nilifanya mahojiano, ilichukua mwaka mzima kabla sijapata barua yangu ya uteuzi. Niliombwa niandike barua kueleza nini hasa ambacho nakifanya. Mimi ni mwanataaluma wa Kiswahili. Sasa haya ni mambo ambayo yanatutinga sisi, na ni migogoro ambayo inatokea kwamba taaluma ya Kiswahili, taaluma za lugha za Kiafrika, fasihi za Kiafrika, muziki wa Kiafrika hautambuliki katika vyuo vikuu vyetu, haupewi heshima na dhamana inayohitajika kwa namna mbalimbali. Ukiomba ajira, Kiswahili hakipewi dhamana kama vile Kiingereza. Watu wanauliza, hivi Kiswahili kinachangia nini? Nini uhalali na umuhimu? Wanafunzi lazima uanze kuwafundisha nini Kiswahili kitakusaidia katika maisha. Hizi ni changamoto ambazo zinatokea. Lakini vipi ambavyo tunaweza kujua matatizo ambayo yanatinga Kiswahili na lugha nyingine za Kiafrika pamoja na taaluma nyingine za Kiafrika? Unachohitaji ni kuangalia katika vyuo vikuu na kuona namna ambavyo tunalazimika kuendeleza fikra na mitazamo ya kikoloni, kwamba nadharia tunazotumia kuchanganua fasihi za kigeni, nadharia tunazotumia kuchanganua isimu ya Kiafrika za kigeni, kwamba tunapochapisha makala tunaambiwa hatujachapisha kwenye majarida yanayofaa, kwamba tunapokuwa kwenye mikutano lugha hii haipewi nafasi inayohitajika, kwamba mitaala na programu zetu ndizo kuwa za kwanza kupigwa shoka pale ambapo kuna tatizo la hela. Wakati mwingine utapata lugha hizi hazina nafasi, zinawekwa pamoja na lugha ama masomo mengine. Kwa hivyo tunahitaji kuendelea kupigana kwa sababu hakuna uhuru. Tupigane kupitia mitaala, tupigane kupitia nadharia, tupigane kupitia njia na mbinu za ufundishaji. Desire imefanya. Naomba nikamilishe kwa kueleza kwamba mustakabali wa lugha za Kiafrika na taaluma nyingine ni mzuri na lazima tuendelee kupigana. Hakuna jambo ambalo litapatikana kwa urahisi, kwamba fursa hii tulionayo ilipiganiwa na waanzilishi wetu ambao hawapo, na kwa hivyo na sisi hatuna budi kutoa mchango wetu lao mdogo katika kuendeleza taaluma. Nahitimisha kwa kusema kwamba mgogoro uliopo kwa kutotambuliwa, kudharauliwa ni tija, kwa maana unatuzindua kwamba tumo vitani na tunahitaji kupigana. Natoa mapendekezo matatu tunapotafakari kuhusu tamko la Kampala. Pendekezo la kwanza ni kwamba juhudi za ukombozi wa kitaaluma lazima ziendelee, na lazima taaluma hizi ziondokane na mikatale ya kikoloni. Pendekezo la pili ni kwamba tunapofikiria upya tamko la Kampala, hatuna budi kufikiria historia ya uhuru wa kitaaluma. Maandishi mengi yaliyopo yanaeleza uhuru wa kitaaluma kana kwamba ulianzia Marekani au labda Ujerumani kabla ya kwenda Marekani. Lakini nataka kusema kwamba hata kabla ya ukoloni, vyuo vyetu tulivyokuwa navyo kabla ya ukoloni, Timbuktu kule Mali, Fez kule Morocco, na Al-Azhar kule Misri, katika bara la Afrika. Tuangalie uhuru wa kitaaluma kwa misingi na historia ya bara la Afrika. Mwisho kabisa, mwenyekiti, ni kwamba hatuwezi kuzungumzia uhuru wa kitaaluma bila kuzingatia swala la lugha, kwamba tunachokifanya lazima kiwasilishwe na jamii ielewe, na hilo litafanyika iwapo tutatumia lugha ambazo wananchi wa Afrika watazielewa. Je, ni wananchi wangapi ambao wanaelewa kile ambacho tunakifanya hapa? Je, inawezekana Codesria ikashirikiana na Kamisheni ya Kiswahili kutoa tafsiri ya tamko la Kampala ili kwamba likaweze kusambazwa katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, au tafsiri ikatolewa kwa lugha nyingine za kikanda, Kioruba au lugha nyingine yoyote, Kihausa, ili kwamba wananchi wa Afrika Magharibi nao waweze kuelewa kile ambacho kinazungumziwa. Kwa hivyo nachofanya hapa ni kukuchochea wewe kuweza kutafakari kwamba unaweza ukafanya utafiti mzuri, lakini bila kuwasiliana, bila kuwasilisha utafiti wako, huwezi ukasonga mbele na hutakuwa na umuhimu kwa jamii. Asante sana ndugu mwenyekiti.
Thank you, Kenneth, for squeezing. Asante sana, you know. I'm a non-compliant person with Kiswahili, you know. No, that I don't understand the language, you know, so that's why I was speaking to him in English. Thanks for squeezing, you know, you know, into the time. Temple?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. All protocols duly observed. I all would want to lend my voice in appreciation or in showing appreciation to Codestra, who out of nowhere has made me a king. Because Codestra has added, it can't be a feather. Codestra has added a lot of feathers to my cap. And when I walk, of course I walk differently, but not with pride or arrogance. Okay, my name is Tamno Okubo Ada. I'm from Olabisi Onabanjo University in Ogun State, Nigeria. From the Department of Psychology. I am a clinical and health psychologist, specialized in abnormal behavior with keen interest in public mental health. So for today, I am to present on the role of academic freedom in promoting inclusive mental health support systems in African higher education. I know that we will be wondering why this. in academic freedom. Let me start with this. Some time ago in 2019, there was a survey in Nigeria, and it was mentioned that then I was a student at Obafemi Awolowo University. So it was mentioned that Obafemi Awolowo University was second highest in suicidal attempts among students. So owing to the fact that I was doing my PhD program then, I asked myself, with all this training you've had, what solution can you provide to this problem? And part of the resolutions I got was that, okay, I'll start gathering students and start teaching them on how to be mentally aware. I never knew that a day would come, especially in 2025, when I will be standing before senior colleagues, dearest colleagues and friends to talk about the little thing I have done. So when we started in 2019, the university management loved what we did and advised that, no, we shouldn't limit it to students alone. Okay, I came up with a body called the Mental Health Support Initiative, where we cater to students who come to school and unfortunately break down mentally. So we started resolving issues for students, and the management advised that, no, we should extend it to staff members as well. So we agreed, and in 2021, there was something very, very serious that happened where a staff wrote on his WhatsApp status saying that Professor A.A. Akinbelumi, 1962 to 2020, rest in peace. He wrote on his status. And the school security saw it and they were troubled. Now, why would somebody who is still alive write that on his status? Of course, seeing that you have an idea of the fact that this man is seriously into something. So they started looking for him. And they called me to join in the search for this man. He left his home a few minutes after 4 a.m., drove out. They never knew where he went to. And eventually, when the securities team sent for them to come carry me, and I went to his office. Luckily, I met him there. And we negotiated. He locked himself up. We negotiated, and he said, it's because of you I want to open this door. I saw that he had bought several things to end his life. And when eventually we brought him out of his office and the likes, the management was still pleased. And the person who gave us the nod to extend to members of staff was very happy for the role we played. What am I saying in essence? For the short time I have to present, I'm going to be speaking on why it is important to have support system for students and for staff. But first, let's look at students. Students come to school. The school is a destination. Unfortunately, in course of schooling, due to several reasons, some students break down mentally. Sometimes as a result of academic rigor, sometimes as a result of poor adaptation, sometimes as a result of the fact that they just left home. I don't want to go into peer pressure and the usage of drugs. That's by the way. But these things could make students break down mentally. But the question is, what support system do we have for students who come to school a destination with the aim of wanting to earn a degree, but unfortunately, they break down mentally? As funny as it might sound, some of us here seated have also caused troubles for students to the extent that they broke down mentally. But the system does not recognize it. It ranges from sex for grade, which is very, very prominent from male lecturers to female students, but less reported from female lecturers to male students. So all these put together breaks down students. And in the end, you realize that a student who possibly in the fourth year did very well. In the second year, did very well. The third year, rather than maintaining that strength, you realize that there is retrogression in the grades of the students. The system needs to ask, what is wrong? But because there is no support system for students, nobody cares. Everybody will just manage, graduate, and go. That's what the system says to you. Let me toe the line of my friend Tom Tom, who spoke on disability. On the 13th of February this year, I was invited to invigilate an exam, a computer-based exam in my school. And while we were watching the students coming in and out for exams, I saw that students were gathered somewhere, and I had to go, what's wrong? And they said that there is a student here who is supposed to take exams, but no provisions for her. And when I interacted with the student, of course, I had to carry out my own assessment. And upon seeing what was playing out, I saw that she was physically challenged. She's blind. The question is, why admit a student when you don't have provision? Why admit a student who is blind when you don't have provisions for such a student to take a computer-based exam? Eventually, what did we do? Upon further questioning, I realized that if how do you come to classes? Is your HOD aware that you're a student in that department? She said, yes, the HOD is aware. And the HOD never made provisions for you from lecturers. From the beginning of the semester, the HOD, the head of department, I mean by HOD, the head of department is supposed to send notes to all lecturers to provide you lecture notes so that you prepare for exams. Unfortunately for that student, she came to the exam hall not seeing the class notes, but she was ready for the exam. A brilliant student, in all fairness to her. And what did we do eventually? We'll read out the CBT question, read out the options, and she will pick randomly, which of course is not a good test for our knowledge concerning that course. Now, there are several situations where students for no reason would say that I want to drop out of school. Some it could be financial, some it could be family problem and the likes. With a support system would be able to not just counseling, but carry out proper assessment of the situation and see how well the support given to students can help the students bounce back. In the place of bouncing back, I'm talking about resilience building. One of the core recommendations I will also give for academic freedom, that the support system should teach on resilience building, not just for the students alone, but even for staff members. You might be surprised how well Professor Kenneth would have been troubled when he has been struggling to publish his works, or he has applied to be a professor and the school kept on telling him that, no, you're not qualified because you don't have papers internationally. He also needed to visit the support system if there is any for staff. Then again, I was fortunate to meet Professor Jingo, by name Professor Fashino, but we call him Jingo, as a student whose professorship was delayed, not because he wasn't publishing, but because he was a strong voice speaking against every form of deprivation. Government led by General Abacha, late General Abacha, severally looked for how to punish that man, and his promotion was delayed for several years. Even when eventually they wanted to promote him or finally announce his professorship, he refused it, said he prefers to remain where he is. But have we ever thought about it, the mental health toll on that person? I don't know if it were to be Nigeria of today, if Professor Emeritus CG would have written his book writing about class differences in the manner with which he did, because the government would have looked for him. Now, the thing is, we are not even looking at external pressure. We are looking at pressure from within the university system. What is the level of support? Do we have for members who stand up to speak for, not themselves, but speak for the betterment of the general public. But what we have today is you have people that when they stand up to speak, even for your own good, you'll be among those that will drag them down, say, hey, keep quiet. Don't say anything. It is a systemic problem. I was going to be forced to ask that. I really wish I could get response. That what is the Swahili and the French translation of the word university? I have lived in the southwest of Nigeria, even if I am from the southern part of Nigeria, but I've lived in the southwest of Nigeria for 23 years. And today I don't know the translation of university in my language anymore, but I know it in Yoruba language. They call it Iwe Giga, where you go for higher learning. Some would say where you go to learn everything. Let's ask ourselves, going by the translation of university in your school, are we truly open to learning everything? Let's also look at the building, looking at support systems. If today somebody who is physically challenged wants to get through the building of the social sciences we have here, they won't be able to because no provision was made. So that is why revisiting the Kampala Declaration and looking at mental health support is very important. And I would want to say that I put it to all of us, that while we are looking at raising our voices against the government or the states, it is also important that we look within. More or less, the support system is like the welfare arm of the university. Although you would say that there are several unions catering to this purpose, but no, these unions are already compromised. The support system is not discriminatory in any nature. It does not look at your status. The moment somebody is mentally challenged or broken, the person needs the support system. And the support system should not be manned by people from guidance and counseling. No, the support system needs people who are trained and certified mental health specialists, so that once somebody comes in, they carry out proper assessment and write proper reports. So if it is a student who is broken mentally, they will write the report and write the name of the illness that person is suffering from, so that the student can get a pass if the person is not fit to write exams. Have you ever imagined what happens to a student who goes to tell the lecturer that, sir, I think that because of what is happening in my family, I am not mentally fit to write exams. Automatically, that student has failed. But if that student goes through the mental health support system, the mental health support system will carry out proper examination and write either to the school or to the school through the HOD and relevant authorities. And that student will be safeguarded. The same thing too for the staff. So I think that in a nutshell, our prayer has always been for those of us in the helping profession, for those of us in the mental health profession, that let those who are in need of help don't fall into the hands of those who also need help. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you to all the presenters. A round of applause again for them, for keeping to the time, at what do you call it? Thought we needed about 30 minutes minimum, for discussion, and we're within that framework. Now, don't be my problem. Okay.
You have a support system here.
Don't be my headache, We'll go, first round of 4. I know. For first round of 4. I say Osanobua, All right. I'm getting something like about 6 or 7, already. Okay. Let's start. We'll go row by row, that way there's no, discrimination and so on and so on. It's just accident of where you're seated. Jacques, Mwalimu, then Onalena, and there, and my sister from Ghana. Sorry. Yeah, after Mwalimu, Marima. Okay. Okay. Penda, you take after him. At the corner, there. It's on your row. Okay. All right. 1 minute.
Okay, no problem. Asante mingi bwana Jimmy Adezina. Mitasema mu lugha ya Swahili. Napikia tasema mu lugha ya Swahili. Ni mara ya kwanza bwana Keneti mara juu yangu mie kuona mtu anasema anafanya communication yake mu Kiswahili mu makutano yetu ya Kodeskia. Nasikia furaha sana. Inaonesha ni mwanzo ya maendeleo, mwanzo ya umoja. Niko na ulizo mbili. Ulizo ya kwanza natafuta kujua juu ya nini Kiswahili haipate heshima kama Kiingereza mu Afrika, na nini tunaweza kufanya juu lugha ya Swahili iwezi kupata ile heshima ile, lakini kama lugha nyingine ya Kiingereza, Fransa na lugha nyingine inatoka fazi mbalimbali. Ile ndio ulizo wa kwanza. Na ulizo ya pili ya mwisho, mimi sipende kusema mingi. Natafuta kujua kama uko profesa ya lugha ya Swahili ku university, na namna gani watoto wale weko wanapata ile bale wanafundisha lugha ya Swahili weko naona lugha ya Swahili. Njoo ulisema kama watu wanasema Swahili haitapatia faida mu maisha yao, na wanapenda kujua Kiingereza na malugha nyingine. Njoo ile malugha itafanya kama maisha wanaweza kupata makazi na wanaweza kuendelea. Donc, asante sana.
Just like Jacques, please direct your question, if it's not a general comment question, to specific members of the panel.
Thank you. Napenda nimshukuru ndugu Kenneth wana ujasiri wa kuwasilisha mada yake kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Umegusia kwamba Mwalimu Nyerere aliwahi kutafsiri fasihi hasa Shakespeare kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, kama Julius Caesar, Julius Caesari na Merchants of Venice, mabepari wa Venice. Lakini utafurahi kujua kwamba kabla hajafariki, akiwa hospitalini, Mwalimu alimaliza kuhariri tafsiri yake ya kitabu cha Plato, The Republic, Plato Jamhuri. Kwa kutokana na sababu mbalimbali kitabu kile hakikuchapishwa, lakini sasa imechapishwa na tunategemea kwamba itazinduliwa mwaka huu. Mimi nilikuwa na bahati ya kuangalia na kupapasa ukurasa wa tafsiri hii. Lazima nikiri, niliposoma tafsiri ya Kiswahili nilielewa Plato zaidi kuliko niliposoma kwa lugha ya Kiingereza miaka mingi iliyopita. Na jinsi Mwalimu alivyotafsiri na jinsi hoja zinavyojengwa, kwa kweli mimi ningefurahi sana kama kitabu kile, tafsiri ile iwe kitabu cha kufundishia katika shule zetu. Mwishoni kabisa niseme tu titi la mama ni litamu hata likiwa la mbwa. Asanteni.
Pour moi, ça va être très rapide. J'ai rarement un complexe en tant que personne venant de l'Afrique de l'Ouest de voir qu'ailleurs, les gens font mieux qu'ECOWAS. Je partais hier au marché avec Caroline et elle discutait avec les gens partout où elle passait. Je lui ai demandé si elle était de Tanzanie. Elle m'a dit non, que partout dans la communauté est-africaine, on apprend en Kiswahili. Et j'étais impressionnée de voir le nombre de personnes dans la salle qui n'avaient pas de casque quand Simala parlait. Et je pense, Jimmy, Bayo Lukoshi, mon fils, ECOWAS doit faire mieux. La deuxième chose que je voulais dire, c'est que le CODESRIA doit réellement institutionnaliser ce qui s'est passé ici ce matin. Et c'est important comme une leçon à donner à l'Union africaine. Quand je partais en tant que femme dans l'Union africaine pour faire du lobbying, je voyais le président Kikwete parler en Kiswahili et je regardais les têtes des présidents, ils rigolaient presque et ils disaient on va faire mieux la prochaine fois. Je pense que le CODESRIA doit les aider à faire mieux. Last. Le garçon, les questions de race sont extrêmement importantes, mais je ne peux pas me permettre de parler sur tout. Mais je pense que ce que notre fils a dit sur la santé mentale dans nos universités est très important. Et c'est particulièrement important pour les femmes. On a eu beaucoup de suicides à l'UQAD. Et une fois, c'était très interpellatif parce que le garçon a écrit une lettre dans laquelle il explique comment est-ce qu'il n'a pas été écouté. Et peut-être aussi que c'est une occasion d'amener aussi les savoirs endogènes dans l'université parce que je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui vont être réglées par des questions comme le NDP. Merci. Ah, le NDP, oui, c'est la thérapie.
Asanteni. Kwa jina naitwa Aeshi, ni mwanafunzi hapa wa mwaka wa 3 nasoma political science and history. Mimi nitakuwa nachangia mimi nitachangia hoja yangu katika sehemu mbili, ikiwemo katika Kiswahili na katika uhuru wa taaluma vioni kama alivyowasilisha mwasilishaji namba 1. Katika context, katika nadharia ya lugha yoyote duniani, lugha sio kitu, bali lugha ni chombo kinachotumika kubeba maarifa. Na utajiri wa lugha yoyote hupimwa na aina gani ama kiwango gani cha maarifa kimehifadhiwa katika lugha hiyo. Lakini katika mazingira yetu ya kawaida, hasa katika vyuo vyetu vya Afrika Mashariki ambazo ndio wazungumzaji wakubwa wa Kiswahili, ni kama tumepuuza lugha yetu kwa kuacha kuhifadhi maarifa katika lugha yetu, na matokeo yake tumeipa utajiri zaidi lugha ya kigeni. Sasa hii ina athari gani? Ina athari kwamba katika hatua za kujifunza madarasani tunakuwa ni kama tunawabagua wanafunzi, tunatenda katika engo ambayo wanabidi wakariri zaidi kulikoni kuelewa. Mwisho wa siku wanasoma kwa ajili ya mitihani, sio kwa ajili ya maarifa. Mtu anatoka chuoni lakini ana cheti kizuri lakini hana chochote. Lakini sasa hivi kuna uingiliaji mkubwa wa AI. Mtu anaandika kazi yake vizuri katika lugha ya Kiswahili, then ina translate katika lugha ya Kiingereza, maana yake ni kama anamhadaa mwalimu wake. Ili tutengeneze academic freedom katika vyumba vya kujifunza, kama vyumba vya mihadhara ama seminar, ni lazima tutengeneze uhuru kwa wao wanafunzi, wawe na uhuru wa kutumia lugha wanayoitaka ili kuwasilisha mawazo yao vizuri. Mimi nimesoma nadharia ya Pan-Africanism, amenifundisha Dr. Kamata. Nimeelewa vizuri zaidi nadharia ya Pan-Africanism kwa sababu alinipa uhuru darasani kutumia lugha anayojisikia ili mradi kuweza kuwasilisha mawazo yangu. Hii ni hatua ya kwanza. Hatua ya pili ni katika uhuru vioni. Tunasema uhuru vioni, lakini hatuweki uhuru wa kutosha kwa wanafunzi wetu kuhakikisha kwamba wanafanya yale ambayo ni sahihi, kwa sababu chuo ni arena ya kudevelop idea. lakini sisi tumetengeneza chuo ni kama sehemu ya kupata vyeti na kadhalika. Kwa mfano, kuna nadharia, mfano chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam miaka ya nyuma iliyopita, tukisoma katika historia, walikuwa ni champion katika kuhakikisha kwamba wanapambania haki na kuhakikisha wanasimama na wale wanaonewa. Lakini je, kama chuo au kama taasisi za wanafunzi zimepewa uhuru wa kutosha kuhakikisha kwamba inalaani matukio ya Israeli dhidi ya Palestina, lakini kama serikali inaingilia uhuru wa vyuo, kwa sababu baada ya kuhamia katika sera mambo ya nje ya sasa, tumehamia katika economic policy, economic diplomacy, kwamba sisi mwenye nacho ndio ambao tutaungana naye. Hii inaathiri sana uhuru wa elimu katika vyuo. Ili kubadilisha hili, lazima tuhakikishe tunatengeneza uhuru kamili kwa watu wetu, kuhakikisha kwamba maarifa yanapatikana vyuoni yanamfikia kwa urahisi mtu ambaye yupo mtaani ambaye hajapata nafasi ya kuingia vyuoni.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I wish I could speak in Swahili. Unfortunately, I can't, but it is a beautiful language. Let me take this opportunity of thanking the speakers before us. Mine is just directed to Fred when it comes to South Africa. A few years ago, I studied at the University of Swaziland, and we had a lot of lecturers coming from all over the world. I'm a product of Jimo Powadi, who is a Ghanaian political scientist, and I benefited a lot from that. But what we are seeing in South Africa today is an initiative from the part of the government, or should I say from the part of parliament, where there is a pushback in terms of having foreign lecturers or academics within our universities. So I just want to understand whether this will have an impact insofar as academic freedom is concerned in the case of South Africa, where now you have these pushbacks from the part of the government. Thank you.
Merci, Jimmy. Oui, je vais faire. Comme je n'ai pas présenté de papier, je contribue vraiment. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais, à ceux qui ont rendu hommage à Mudimbe, dire que moi, j'ai découvert Mudimbe pour la première fois au début des années 80 par son livre que personne ne cite, qui a été le premier sur la mauvaise conscience du nègre, c'est l'écart, publié à Présence africaine et qui mérite d'être réhabilité par rapport à toute l'œuvre de Mudimbe. Je voudrais, à l'endroit surtout de Fred, rendre hommage à un immense poète qui est parti il y a quelques mois, mars, je vais nommer Brighton Bach, qui, en organisant cette grande conférence sur la fin de l'apartheid à Gorée, avec tous les acteurs, justement, sud-africains, cette conférence a constitué une étape vers la fin réelle de l'apartheid. Et je crois que pour ça, moi, je lui rends hommage pour son travail, mais aussi pour son rôle en tant qu'acteur anti-apartheid. Je vais terminer par une chose. Vraiment, notre monde est bien terrible en ce moment. Nous retournons vers l'ère de l'Inquisition. Comme au Moyen-Âge, nous devons redécouvrir, par exemple, la filmographie de quelqu'un, le grand cinéaste égyptien, justement, et qui a fait un film, Le Destin, qui est extraordinaire. Mais je voudrais simplement, je ne sais pas qu'est-ce que nous devons faire. Nous vivons une période trouble où les intellectuels sont attaqués, sont relégués au second plan, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Et cette conférence est bienvenue à son heure. Bienvenue à son heure. Et nous ne pouvons pas sortir de cette conférence sans, je crois, et sans une résolution sur la situation palestinienne et avec la répression à l'intérieur des campus, à commencer par les campus universitaires, pour taire justement ce qui se passe aujourd'hui à Gaza. Merci.
you. 1 minute.
It's not on. Is this on? Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to thank all the panelists. But 3 quick comments. One of them, given the Kiswahili, the brilliant presentation you just given on Kiswahili, I'm throwing a challenge to Codestria and to all of us. 30 years ago, when I first came to Tanzania at an institution called SAMI, in the week that I spent there, I came away having learned 2 sentences in Kiswahili that I can still speak very fluently today. Nataka mahindi ya kuchoma. Nataka nyama ya kuchoma. That's all I learned. Well, there were bits and pieces of other things. But can you imagine that if every time we meet, there's a collection of words that we must leave knowing when we leave a conference like this, a meeting, whatever, as a commitment to a practical commitment that we have to leave understanding some sentences that will make sense, so that I can talk to a receptionist, I can talk to a market woman, etc. Just how much one can learn. If I had learned 2 sentences a week for the 30 years since I've been here, I would be very fluent in Kiswahili now. So that's one. And Fred, your presentation was really brilliant. I had never considered, in the context of South Africa in particular, that there would be the coincidence between race and literally every other area of inequality would be so precise. It's an eye-opener for me. And it raises questions about the questions we should be asking about the coincidence of disability, the coincidence of gender, the coincidence of many other inequalities with access to education, access to resources, etc., that we must start questioning. We could have a whole conference on the coincidence of certain inequalities and identities that would highlight just how much sometimes historical inequalities get embedded, even as we pronounce equality for all, inclusivity, which just never happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to stand because I'm vertically challenged.
1 minute.
Thank you.
Already 10 seconds already gone on your joke,
To Tom, on inclusion, the academic environment is hostile, is toxic, and it cannot allow persons with disabilities to contest, to flourish like other marginalized groups. And this is a typical university in Africa, and this is something that has to be challenged. In my presentation yesterday, I was very clear that the people oppressing us in terms of academic freedom are our brothers, our sisters, and our colleagues. We must confront them. That is 1. 2, to Kenneth, languages are all threatened in different universities. I just want to give you a simple example. We have a colleague who teaches German at Makerere. He published in English. They told him, you want to be published because you teach German, so publish in German. When he published in German, he was told, we can't understand this, and translate them into English. So that is something. Lastly, mental health, like as I said, the university environment is toxic. It cannot allow mental health to flourish, and therefore the academic everyday work is changing. They are piling today. The role of a lecturer, the role of a professor is being added on to the different things, whereas the facilities around cannot enable us to really remain in the same good environment. So we need to confront these realities. We are aware of a neoliberal university. Thank you.
All right. You will determine how many more people will speak. The reason is very simple. No, hold on. It's very simple. we have to leave here at 11 o'clock. All right. And it's already 10 minutes to 11. And I still have to come back to them for their right of reply. So no, because there are not this many hands when we started. So I may have to cut off the, what do you call it? No, just hold on. We're going row by row, you know. So you speak, you know, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. Listening to South African case today and yesterday, Swatini's case, I really now come to the conclusion that we are at different levels in terms of academic threats, and really we must look into how we address and support each other in our differences in terms of our threats. For the clinical psychologist, clinical psychologist, I think for me, this is really timely. But what we have are counselors who are not trained. And by the time the cases are referred to the rehabilitation centers, it's too late. We have mental breakdowns coming from drugs, coming from what you have cited, classes and how we treat students, and ourselves staff. We need clinical psychologists if we really need. And I sit at Senate at my university, and last Senate we are discussing on what do we do with these students. And now I understand. I'm going to start now to see that we recruit a clinical psychologist, deal with mental health. I now understand the difference between a counselor and a clinical psychologist. Thank you.
Now, not to allow the clinical psychologist to have a breakdown herself. You have to employ more than one. No. Sorry, Hold on. No. Sorry, Pedro.
Yes, I'm counting my minute.
Yeah. You had your hand up. Pedro, just hold on. 30 seconds.
Asante. Mi naomba nichangie kwenye swala la uchapishaji wa majarida. Naona nguvu kubwa inatumika sana katika kuchapisha katika majarida ya kimataifa. Na katika hii platform ya Codesria ni muda mwafaka sasa tukaweka nguvu kubwa katika kutumia our local journal katika uchapishaji. Nimesikia mwasilishaji wa Kiswahili pale anasema kwamba alichapisha ili awe profesa, lakini akawa anaulizwa maswali. Sasa swali ambalo tunatakiwa tujiulize, tunamchapishia nani? Tunachapishwa kwa watu gani? Kwa sababu kama hatutaenzi lugha yetu, hatutapenda vya kwetu, hatutawafikia wale watu. Tafiti nyingi zimefanyika, lakini watu ambao ni jamii ambao tunawaandikia hawapati, kwa sababu hawatambui pia ile lugha na pia hawana uwezo wa kuaccess. Unaandika kazi yako, inakupasa wewe kuilipia tena ili uweze kuisoma. Au chuo kisubscribe ili chuo kipate access ya kusoma zile jono. Kwa hiyo ni muda wa kubadilika, tutafute jono zetu kama Afrika tuweze kuandikia huko. Na swali lingine ni maombi tu kwa Profesa Shiji, kile kitabu ambacho alikiandika tulikizindua juzi, kitafsiriwe sasa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ili kiweze kuwafikia watu wengi sana katika jamii sana.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
1 second, I'll finish.
1 second.
Yes.
TikTok.
I think, Fred, your conversation, will continue it in South Africa. I want to ask, in light of your conversation, and in light of what some of us have experienced, I pose the question, do we have universities in South Africa? Are they universities? We have institutions that are meant to preserve white privileges within and white privileges outside. In that context, do they meet the requirement
of being called a university. And let me just read a short paragraph from John Dewey, an American philosopher who have written extensively, who wrote extensively on higher education. He said, when the school introduces and trains each child of a society into a membership within a community, saturating him or her with the spirit of service, and that child being a citizen that collectively work to the betterment of where they work, where they live, and where they interact, then they become truly human. That is the purpose of universities. In the context of the colonization of, also in the context of the colonization of our universities by so-called university by market, do we really have universities in South Africa?
Thank you. Pedro, 30 seconds.
It's 30 seconds now.
Yeah, no, we're already 4 minutes into to the end of the session.
Firstly, I just want to correct a misinformation. There's no official government or parliament position from South Africa that says foreigners are not welcome in South African universities.
Yeah, the individual
that was a discussion in parliament posed to the Central University of Technology by an MP, given the transformation scorecards of that university, and it ended there. There's no official position. Two, I want to ask Prof. Ada Temple on the mental health question that ordinarily I attach to Fanon, who says the generally in a colonial situation, there's mental distress. Now I want to check with the position that you've now taken. Are you not perhaps driving us now back to the Western epistemic crisis, whereby everything now must be compartmentalized once more instead of going to the core? We once had development, Prof. Jimmy, and then we were told a few years later that they are now specialists of economic development, social development, youth development, women's development, sustainable development, development. Are we not going in that route now with academic freedom? Academic freedom for mental health, academic freedom for governance, academic freedom for women's freedom. I want to check with you, Prof. And then lastly, before I lend to Prof. Hendricks, I think Prof will continue outside because of time, but generally, my position about South Africa being a white settler colony, and therefore the proceeds, like you said yesterday, Prof. Jimmy, that apartheid necessarily was not a state-centric project, but rather an entire social project in that society that is still hegemonic today. And that is why I also say there are no universities there, but rather there are institutions who are advancing the old colonial project. And that's why, therefore, academic freedom must be broadly a social, political struggle that we waged together in the continent in solidarity to rescue not only South Africa for its freedom, but the rest of the continent and the world. Thanks.
All right. 30 seconds.
Thank you. Je vous remercie. J'ai suivi avec intérêt la communication en Kiswahili sur l'importance et le rôle joué par cette langue dans le processus de libération de la tutelle épistémique. J'ai une question à poser, c'est quel est le sort qui est fait aux autres langues minoritaires de la région? Je pose la question parce que il y a lieu d'éviter qu'on remplace une tutelle épistémique par une autre tutelle épistémique. Et cela m'intéresse particulièrement parce qu'il y a une loi de la République du Sénégal, je viens du Sénégal, qui a institué l'enseignement en langue nationale. Ce n'est pas encore effectif, mais je vois bien les autorités révolutionnaires actuellement au pouvoir au Sénégal le faire. Et cette articulation-là entre une langue principale et des langues locales, voilà, comment cela a été fait dans la région? Merci.
Thank you. All right. Can I plead that we have these discussions, the rest of the discussion, but can you squeeze it into 30 seconds? 20 seconds. Okay.
15. Thank you very much. I wanted to commend Ada Temple. We recently started something called the Let's Talk series at Makerere University through the center where I work. And one of the things that hasn't been discussed here is the fact that having mental health, the universities need to destigmatize. That's why students don't go to the council office, because the minute you walk there, say, oh, what's his name has a problem or she has a problem. But by broadening it and having the students come to you and tell you their problems is much easier. And we have also been able to expand from just a small program to colleges accepting and welcoming us. But I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about that. Thank you. 10 seconds.
Thank you very much. 10 seconds. Can you do me a favor? Can you squeeze your responses to 1 minute each? No, and then take up the discussion at tea. You know, people will come to you and so on and so forth. Who wants to go first? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, it's impossible to answer the questions in 1 minute, but I just want to make one response to Onalena, and it concerns the question of identity, because she raised that question. And unfortunately, in South Africa, because the country is so racially fractured, it is very difficult to, in fact, almost impossible to develop a notion of a national identity. Pursuing an idea of a non-racial national identity is extraordinarily difficult given the racialized fractions, especially around land, but also between wealth and poverty. And so by and large, I'm obviously generalizing and simplifying things, because you do have some enormously wealthy Black individuals. Some people call it the cappuccino society. You know, you have Black and then a few, then you have a big thing of cream and then a few sprinkles of Black on top. But you do have an enormous number, quite a few enormously wealthy Black individuals who have benefited from some of the advantages of democracy. But the problem is that, and you do have a growing number of poor white people as well, that should be mentioned too. But overarchingly, there is an identity of Black dispossession. And it's a dispossession that rests on the fact that there's no rootedness in land. There's no property. There's no connection. That has been severed completely. So an identity of rootedness or rootedlessness on the one side, and wealth and poverty and prosperity on the other, coinciding along racial lines, means that it's very difficult to develop an overarching non-racial project. Are there universities in South Africa? Yes, there are universities in South Africa, but I must say, if the definition of university is a place where the spirit of service exists, then I think that there are no universities in the world, because I can't think of any particular university where a spirit of service exists. There are universities in South Africa, but they are hamstrung by the way in which the differentiation of apartheid has continued to linger on, endure in South Africa. Now, as I mentioned earlier, if you look at any university system, they will be differentiated. In South Africa, that differentiation is the result of the history of apartheid. Now, if you accept that differentiation in South Africa, basically what you're doing is legitimating a racist past. I think I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Asante mwenyekiti, nitajibu kwa haraka sana tena kwa ufupi. Tatizo la Kiswahili kudharauliwa ni swala la mielekeo na mitazamo hasi ambalo linatokana na kasumba ambazo zimekuwepo tangu ukoloni. Kwa hivyo kuna lugha za Kiafrika ambazo zilidharauliwa na hilo lilifanywa kwa maksudi, na hiyo hali inaendelea mpaka sasa, kiasi cha kwamba kuna watu ambao wanaamini usipotumia lugha za kigeni, Kiingereza, Kifaransa, Kireno na nini, basi wewe hujasoma. Lakini sisi tunawaambia kwamba sisi ni maprofesa na tunaona fahari kuwa maprofesa wa Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo hilo lipo. Nini ambacho nakifanya Mswahili mwenzangu ni kwamba mimi kwanza kila ninapoenda darasani wanafunzi nawaeleza umuhimu wa Kiswahili. Na naeleza taaluma kama 11 ambazo utanufaika nazo ukisoma Kiswahili. Wanafunzi wanashangaa namna ambavyo Kiswahili kina faida kubwa kwao. Na wakati ambapo nimeenda kwenye Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki walishangaa sana kwamba nimepata kazi kubwa kutokana na Kiswahili. Sasa hivi naeleza kwamba Kiswahili sasa hivi ni lugha ambayo inatumika katika Umoja wa Afrika. Kiswahili kinatambuliwa na UNESCO. Kwa hivyo wanaona umuhimu wa Kiswahili. Jambo ambalo amelisema Profesa Shivji ni muhimu sana, kwamba kuna kazi ambazo tunahitaji kuzipikia upato, kwamba watu wazifahamu. Kuna kazi nyingi ambazo watu hawaelewi kwamba zipo. Kwa hivyo juhudi zetu kujaribu kuonyesha wanafunzi ambao tunawafundisha wa Kiswahili na wasio wa Kiswahili namna ambavyo wanaweza kunufaika na kazi hizi. Na muhimu ni kwamba tuwe na tafsiri. Mimi naomba Kamisheni ya Kiswahili pamoja na Codesria kama mnaweza kufanya tafsiri, hata kwa mfano kazi ya Shivji, kuna pendekezo hilo. Mbona tufanye tafsiri ya kazi ya Shivji au tukafanya mtaalamu mwingine wa Codesria kwa Kiswahili na kwa lugha nyingine ambazo zinatumika kikanda katika bara la Afrika, kuonyesha kwamba lugha hizi zina uwezo. Alafu kama alivyosema Marema ni kwamba ni Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki pekee yake ambayo inatumia lugha ya kiasili katika swala zima la utangamano wa kikanda na maendeleo endelevu. Je, inawezekana ECOWAS ikaanzisha swala la lugha au lugha ama jumuiya nyingine yoyote kuonyesha kwamba lugha zetu zina umuhimu? Hofu iliyopo kwa watu wengi ni kwamba Kiswahili kitaangamiza lugha nyingine. Sisi daima tunawaambia kwamba Kiswahili si lugha ya kukandamiza lugha nyingine yoyote. Na hilo walilisema waanzilishi wazee waliokuwepo mpaka sasa hivi. Pasiwe na hofu. Hofu iliyokuwepo ni kwamba mbona Kiswahili? Je, lugha nyingine? Tunasema kwamba Kiswahili sambamba na lugha nyingine zitaendelezwa, lugha za Kiafrika. Lugha hazipigani, lugha za Kiafrika zinachangiana. Kwa hivyo tunahitaji lugha zetu Kiswahili na lugha nyingine yote ziwe na ushirika. Na sisi tunapendekeza Kiswahili kiandikwe hata kwa Kichina, Kiswahili kiandikwe hata kwa Kifaransa, mradi Kiswahili. Mwisho ni last ni kwamba tujitahidi kuonyesha kwa vitendo, na ninatoa ombi tena kwamba pawe na mfano mzuri na ushirikiano. Mimi naomba sana Codesria na Kamisheni ya Kiswahili, katika utendaji wa Kamisheni ya Kiswahili uko hapa, jamani, tuonyesheni kwa vitendo tu. Pawe na mradi wa tafsiri, labda kazi fulani za job za Shivji ama nyingine zozote kwa vitendo, ili watu wasome waweze kujua kile ambacho kinafanyika katika bara la Afrika. Asante sana.
Thank you. Okay, I agree with the comment that improving the situation of the marginalized also requires the agentive role of those groups. And that is happening in Zimbabwe and other countries. But it is also important to note that it occurs within particular cultural imperative and also policy environment. But it's happening with those challenges. Thank you. Thank you. You're such a gentleman. I wish everybody looked like you.
Okay. The patient asked on a mental health if we are not going to institutionalize mental health. No, we are asking for the inclusion of these policies as to helping everybody.
Now, one of the basic problems we have, I have observed that we have is that we have left our cultural values for something else. How do I mean? If you see recommendations on mental health from Western countries, they are all pointing to communal lifestyle. And in mental health, we borrow from the Zulu language a concept called Ubuntu. In the Yoruba language, it is called Omoluabi. It is the same meaning they all have. Why can't we go back to Ubuntu? Because if mental health is practiced, it then means that in every society in Africa, we'll find our solutions looking at our cultural values in helping one another. Now, another inclusion to that is that for every institution, every human institution, irrespective of where, we need to have a mental health desk. The reason is the mental health professional will carry out a proper assessment to issues beyond advising the person, and will know the root cause of whatever it's or where the crisis is coming from. But the guidance and counselor will only advise you on how to come out of it without, in quotes, solving the root. I think that we need trained and licensed to be employed in our institutions so as to help people who suffer emotionally or otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We stole 11 minutes from your, what do you call it, tea break. But I need to thank everybody, thank the panelists. A round of applause again for them. And in my neighborhood, they say when you thank those who prepared the meal at the festival, you also thank those who came to eat the food, at the festival, So for that, I will ask you to give a round of applause for yourselves as well. Thank you. But don't go yet. Don't go yet. There's still an extra matter for us to attend to, and I'll hand over to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One is an announcement. We have 2 translator devices missing from our yesterday's session. We believe that they were accidentally taken outside the room. It happened on the last day, and they were returned the day after. On the first day, and then the next day they were returned. So it's a common thing that is happening. So we ask you to check your bags if you accidentally, because it happens. You might confuse it for a mobile phone, and so please check your belongings, and if you have one, please return it to us. Second is I want to ask you with humility that we take just 5 more minutes to listen to a statement of solidarity from Professor Anna Tibaijuka, who is a product of this university. As a student, as a professor of economics, she has also served as the United Nations Executive Director of the United Nations Center for Human Settlements, but also the United Nations Secretary General Envoy to Zimbabwe on human settlement issues. She's here with us, and she wants to 5 minutes of your time to listen to her message. Professor, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I really apologize to the distinguished participants, but I have found also the panelists and the discussion quite enriching. So I think we should also give another round of applause of solidarity. Now I'm going to put here my stopwatch, and here we go. You see, I would like to recognize and thank the organizers. I was invited to this conference regrettably. In the first 4 days, I was feeling indisposed. I was not feeling well. So I felt that the last day I can come also express my solidarity. I am actually, yes, a member of this university, and I've spent more than 20 years here before I went to the United Nations, where I became Under Secretary General. of the United Nations for Human Settlements called UN Habitat. And it was in that context that I came to Zimbabwe during Operation Murambaswina. So I can say that I am a member of Austria, the East African version of, I hope, I don't know that they're here, but I used to be a very active member during my days here. I have asked to talk simply about the paranoia. My points are based on paranoia and power, the threat to academic freedom in Africa. I think on such, my experience serving in academia, going to international organizations, and coming into politics, because I'm also a retired parliamentarian. I was a parliamentarian for 10 years. I was a minister here for lands and housing. So I can say I have walked the talk. Now, the critical things at this juncture in the conference, I don't want to preach the converted, because I know, we know the situation of academic freedom across the continent is not what it should be. So I would like to say that, and it is not going to come on a clean platter. It will require organization for academic freedom. Because if we remain in universities, it becomes silos, universities become co-opted by the political class, and that is not only in Africa. This is since history we have. I will start with live examples of academics who came before us. If I focus on the Western countries, because that's where we are based, Socrates, who was there 470 to 399 before Christ, he was executed for his thoughts. But his students, and that's Plato, they came to write the story. So you can see, those who are not aware, that this was a struggle. So, and I'm happy, Issa Shibju, I've just said that Mwalimu translated Plato, but Plato is a student of Socrates. Socrates himself never wrote. He just spoke to the youth, and he was charged for corrupting the youth. That was how Socrates was charged. Galileo Galilei came later in 1564 to 1642. That's when he lived in Italy. As you know, he's actually the father of astronomy, but for that, he was forced by the church to recant his theory. So academic freedom also means scientific freedom. This is a social science forum, but let us not forget that when we talk about academic freedom, we must also think about scientific freedom. And it has come to the cost. Karl Marx is well known. Karl Marx is a scholar, but he couldn't write this stuff in Germany. He was exiled from Germany, from France, until he went into liberal London, and that's why he was able to write his Des Capital. Why am I giving these examples? I'm giving these examples to tell our African leaders to interact with the intellectuals, to interact with the academia, and to also be confident enough to accept new thoughts. Because a university is a place where ideas must bubble. And the ideas cannot bubble if there is no freedom. And the ideas generating from the university, this identity I studied in Sweden at Uppsala, where I was a student, the professor said it is going to take 20 years before it reaches the public. This was about environmental budgeting. We said 20 years, he said actually 25 years. I said why? He said it takes 25 years for any idea to move from the university to the boardrooms of the powerhouses. So you are always negotiating at the margin. Yeah, so I will be circulating my paper, everybody to read. I don't want to cut into your breakfast, but I would like to say that we have to organize, Codestria and others have to organize promoting academic freedom and building confidence between the political class, which will suppress academia, and also the intellectual people, the thinkers, because finally the problems of Africa, the solution are going to have to come to universities because these are the think tanks. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for keeping the time. So we are now going to break for Now it's 11:20. So may I ask you to be back in the room by 11:45, please. Thank you. 11:45.
Yeah. Okay, Professor Albert is here. Okay, we'll start in 3 minutes. They said we were supposed to start at 11:45, but I'm sure it's the rain that messed everything up. As we come in, can we settle down, please? We are running behind time. We have one minute and we start. Those at the door, could you please come in? Oh, it's a new day. Do you guys mind if we start? Okay. Professor Pedro, can you guys come in and clear the door? Thank you. Okay, I think, good afternoon, everyone. This was supposed to be a morning session, but it's 12 o'clock. I'm going to pretend as if it's still morning. Auntie Mariama, thank you. Get him to get the tea. Him. Okay, good afternoon. Can we please cut the side chatter and pay attention to this, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I am a little pushy, so I'm going to push everybody. And even these guys are not going to get away with certain stuff because we have to keep things going. Okay. Thank you all. Madam Sheila, please. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to start Okay, thank you. We're about to start the next session, the dilemmas of academic freedom in conflict situations. And I think it is really interesting or important, because interesting is one of the ways in which we dismiss things. But it is interesting that actually one of the panels that was set up, it's what happens in conflict situation when you have to wrestle with the idea of physical security and academic freedom. I survived the Sierra Leonean Civil War. I was in university when the war started, and it ended. I completed university whilst the war was going on. And after I completed university, that's when the war got really, really bad. And I had to leave the country at some point. And there were also certain emergency measures that were put in place that completely disregarded any form of rights and freedom, because in the context of a war situation, the argument of the state was security trumps everything. Your freedom can wait. And so, but then the thing is that when you sacrifice freedom for the sake of safety, usually you end up having none, right? So we have a bunch of papers that are going to help us to navigate some of this stuff. We got 4 interesting papers. And what we are going to do is, we were supposed to start at 11:30, so we're starting at a little over 12. And I intend on using the full time, so we'll adjust the program by 30 minutes. I'm sorry, but unless I am told otherwise, it's gonna be that way. And so, and my understanding is that the chair is supposed to be a discussant, but I will try not to take anybody's time, because sometimes when the chairs talk too much, then they restrict the possibility of actually having a spirited engagement with the audience. So I'll keep my comments to the very minimum, the very bare minimum. There are 4 panels. We've got tourism as a new threat to academic and intellectual freedom in Africa. Professor Isaac will do that presentation. And what I am going to do is I will introduce the papers, but before you start speaking, can you just say a little bit about yourself? 1 sentence. I am this person. I could introduce you, but I know when people mispronounce my name, I get very upset. And I don't want to do that. And I should have asked you guys to show me the correct way to pronounce the names. And since I didn't do that, I'll let you introduce yourself. So you got 15 minutes, and I am going to be very authoritarian in enforcing it. 5 minutes, I'll give you a warning. 2 minutes, I'll give you a warning. And when I say thin, and that is it. So the floor is yours.
Good day to us all. The title of my presentation is already announced to you. It is Terrorism as a New Threat to Academic and Intellectual Freedom in Africa. He has given me 1 minute to introduce myself, and I will take more. And that is part of my presentation. My name is Isaac Olali Albert. On paper, I'm a professor of African history, peace and conflict studies. But my colleagues across the globe know me to be a professor of security studies and practice. And this is because I've trained with the military in different parts of the world, starting with the International Academy of Leadership in Amman, Jordan, which actually took me around the Middle East, training with the military. And that actually introduced me to practical security management. In the course of developing the Peace Studies program in the University of Ibadan, I was taken to the biggest prison in Europe, Mace Prison near Belfast, where I had, where I had meetings with terrorists. That was my first encounter with working with terrorists. At Mace Prison, I met a young man called Simon, and he introduced me to this, what is called psychology of terrorism. the way terrorists think is different from the way we think. But what the information I got from Simon, to me, is not as consequential here as my encounter with Boko Haram. In Abuja, the National Security Advisor invited a few of us and brought in some Boko Haram members that were in detention. And they addressed us. And at the end of the presentation of their leader, he said, I don't trust you. I don't believe in you. And what we are doing here is not part of our mission. Now, I'm going to connect my paper to that. Terrorists don't believe in this rhetoric that we've been engaging, that we're engaged in here. We are discussing freedom. We are discussing scholarship. Boko Haram does not believe in education because Boko Haram, the word Boko Haram is Western education is evil. And within this framework, I'm arguing here that, yes, we came up with all kinds of arguments. Those of us in the ivory tower feel our governments are not doing it. Our development partners are not doing it. Some of us said we want African solutions to African problems, but one of us said African solution to African problem will not solve the problem. So there is a conflict here. I advise you to reconcile your differences before leaving this meeting, but to come to the realization that you have a more daring stakeholder to engage with, and that is terrorists. Terrorists are spreading across Africa at very, very rapid rates. 50% of the terrorist groups in the world are located in the Sahel alone. And therefore, if we come here to say that terrorism poses a great threat to academic and intellectual freedom, we are addressing a very serious problem here. It might not look serious to you, but those of us who engage them, directly will tell you that we have a very serious problem. And I tried to call attention to a number of situations where terrorists actually attacked universities. I call attention to the attack of Garissa University in Kenya. I called attention to how Ministry of Education was attacked in Somalia. I called attention to several, institutions across Africa that were attacked by terrorists. And the problem basically is that they have zero tolerance to any idea that is antithetical to their own worldview. Imagine Boko Haram, for example, will tell you Western education is evil. But the man is holding a telephone produced by Western education, is riding a car produced by Western education, and when you see the environment within which he lives, he's enjoying the best of Western education. And but he will not agree with you that Western education should be tolerated. And therefore, I decided to use Boko Haram as the case study here, having called attention to a number of situations across Africa. Now, Boko Haram started in the northeast, specifically Maiduguri, and it started like a religious movement that was joined by students, that was joined by university professors. So the movement itself consisted of everybody. But later in 2009, when the leader of the group, Mohammed Yusuf, was killed, and the group was expelled from Maiduguri, it started to adopt terrorist strategies. Now, at the initial stage, what the group did was to go around erasing all Islamic scholars that were opposed to it. When I use the word erase, I'm saying these Islamic scholars who were opposed to the original idea of Boko Haram were killed one by one. Now, in the context of this presentation, I consider those Islamic scholars that were killed as intellectuals, because in this paper, I try to differentiate between intellectuals and and academics. Intellectuals promote ideas, but they do not belong to the academia where you have to write, you have to teach, and you have to engage in community service. And intellectuals see things that they are opposed to in the society and they come out against it. Now, these Islamic scholars that were killed, many of them spoke against bad governance in Nigeria, but they came on coalition, on a coalition path with Boko Haram because they were providing alternative narratives around some of the issues raised by Boko Haram. If you are saying that Western education is evil, can you please read aspects of the Quran that is talking about, promotion of knowledge? Because Islam encourages acquisition of knowledge, even from China. And what Yusuf and his people did was to kill each of these leaders. So in other words, attacks of Boko Haram on knowledge did not start actually in the university. Having eliminated these Islamic scholars, Boko Haram served a notice on all academic institutions. We will not accept anybody who is promoting this type of knowledge. And it was at that level they moved into the universities. Now, they did not start by attacking scholars in the University of Maiduguri, where they actually started their project. They started from BUK Kano, Bayero University Kano. And what they did was to start attacking Christians that use the classrooms to do their Sunday worship. So they started bombing some of these people. And in a specific case that I call attention to in this paper, they threw a bomb into the room. And as the worshippers were coming out one by one, escaping, they started shooting them. And in the process, I think they killed 47. And having finished with that, they came to Maiduguri. Now, as BUK was being attacked, universities in northern Nigeria started bringing in soldiers to protect them. But the idea of bringing soldiers to protect an academic institution is antithetical to some international laws, because it is considered to be a form of state terrorism. And so for some time, Maiduguri could not be penetrated, but eventually they penetrated Maiduguri. And the first major attack in Maiduguri was to bomb a mosque. Now, these scholars worshiping in the mosque were considered to be apostates. People who, yes, are Muslims, but are actually supporting ideas that are Western. So they started attacking institutions across northern Nigeria. Now, scholars across the country started protesting. The state is not protecting us. We have problems with Boko Haram, and soldiers promised to help. And what Boko Haram did next was to attack the biggest, military school in Nigeria. That is Nigerian Defense Academy. When they attacked the Nigerian Defense Academy, they killed some of the directing staff who are lecturers like us, but they did not touch civilians. And they were actually making a statement, because there is what is called strategic communication in warfare. There's strategic communication in terrorism and counter-terrorism. So they killed these soldiers and they took some of them captives. And it took months. It took quite a long time, yes, because before they could get some of these people back. But the military continued to engage them in the mission field. And then they went to the next military institution, Nigerian Army University in Biu. And they attacked that institution. They did not just attack the institution generally. They went to the Center for Counterterrorism. And for what? They did many things, did the video and circulated the video to different parts of the world to show that the Nigerian military is not strong enough to actually engage them. But in 2020, I think 2023, the leader of the group, the original leader was Yusuf, succeeded by Shekau. Shekau was killed. And when Shekau was killed, the group became seriously factionalized, and they moved in different directions. And the focus of this terrorist organization changed. They changed from an ideological group into becoming a group that pursued what in my own scholarship I called extortionate terrorism. So in other words, when they come and capture you, they are not too much interested in your religion. They ask for money. And the last one they did recently, just about 2 months, they asked for as much as $500,000 US. And people contribute money from different places to be able to pay them. Now they diffused across the country, and the movement started having different, dimensions. Then we had what became banditry. Banditry was is purely a form of extortionate terrorism. A number of our colleagues were captured and killed. I went to a university to give a lecture. It took a very long time for us to negotiate my coming to that university. The university told me what I could say and what I may not be able to say. Now, the person that chaired that meeting, the deputy vice chancellor of that university, was later captured and killed. I worked with a major general on the review of Nigerian defense policy. He was captured and killed. So we have a long list. And the one that probably Bayo may not want me to talk about is one of his friends, a deputy vice chancellor. He was taken, and all of us had to pay money. He paid, I paid, before this colleague could be released. But when I see him today, he's no longer himself. He's going through what I would call post-traumatic stress disorder. It doesn't look normal, since he was released. But we all thank God when we see him that he was not killed. Now, we are saying this problem is, this problem is evident across West Africa. We have just finished a project for the British Academy, and two of my seniors here were at the meeting we organized in Senegal recently to actually discuss some of the ideas we brought from the field. People are paying taxes. People who don't pay tax to the state are actually paying tax to these terrorists. So the problem is magnifying, and magnifying at a time that you have governance deficit all over the place, and you have lack of capacity to protect, because the state does not have the capacity to protect. The state can bully you as a lecturer, but when these people pass instructions to the state obey them. They obey them because they know that they have the capacity to carry out whatever threats they. So the question is, what do we do? We have a bigger problem here on, a bigger threat to academic and intellectual freedom. My proposition is that Codestria should try to invest on understanding these problems better, because when I interact with our political leaders, the understanding of the problem is not fine. When I interact with soldiers, they are more interested in using kinetic strategies in fighting terrorism. But many of them do not actually know the kind of people they are fighting. Let me stop at that point.
Thank you very much. That is right on the point. Thank you. So we have the next paper. It's titled, Does Academic Freedom Foster Peace in Africa? But let me just say this quick. There are a number of tensions. One, intellectuals versus academics. We have to attend to that. Two, the tension between terrorism and militarized protection. And three, we have to also think about why academics are targeted. And finally, in your presentation, the transformation of a terrorist group from a political movement to a terrorist movement, and becomes an extortionist movement. And we have to consider, and then why is it that even when it becomes extortionist, academics and intellectuals are still at the heart of it, and they are targeted. Okay, we have Haja Kratu. Am I correctly calling your name correctly? Okay, so you got 15 minutes.
Hello, guys. Okay, so I think you can see this is the title of our presentation. My name is Hajar Kratu. I'm economist, and I joined the field of political science and specifically academic freedom thanks to my co-author, Prof. Laxo from Nordic Africa Institute. Can we please go to the next slide? So these are the outline of our paper. Let's go to the next with background motivation. Okay, so I think we had 3 intensive days with very fruitful discussions, and the debate will continue. I would prefer to go to the next one where we discuss the definition that we use. The paper is technical, and I think this is what creates this interesting cooperation between me as economist and Prof. Laxo. Okay, so when we talk about academic freedom, we need first, in order to assess or to evaluate any problem, we need to refer to data and to statistic. And I think this is the best way in order to compare across countries or to evaluate the situation and create somehow a ranking. So here we refer to the database of a variety of democracies associated to Uppsala University, if I'm not wrong. And it's, by definition, we connect it to the freedom of speech, the protection of production in terms of scientific knowledge and appreciation of the knowledge. So to what extent we can give some kind of freedom for scholars in order to transmit these freedoms to future, maybe policymakers and leaders. Next, please. Okay, and here we have some literature review. Most of them, they had been only focused on the theoretical side. And I think that one of the contribution of this paper is to provide somehow some empirical tests and try to contribute with empirical evidences. And actually, this is what we need. And I think some of the challenges in political science, probably also in other social science, that there are a lot of shortage in terms of papers that test, or what we call empirical tests, that use data, statistic, and econometric tools. Next, please. Okay, so the idea of our paper, it's not only to talk about academic freedom, but also to reconcile between academic freedom and other, aspects of security, what we consider here a global peace index, which is a measure of the level of peace, to what extent we are living in a peaceful environment. And actually here we use the Institute for Economics and Peace as our reference, which use 23 qualitative and quantitative, measure or indicators based on survey and based on, it's a composite index that based on subcomponents that we cannot talk about all here. And it covered different aspects, social and economical as well. So there are a variety of aspects and components included here. Okay. Next one, please. Okay. One of the interests of this paper is to reconcile between academic freedom and to what extent this academic freedom that we can enjoy could be fruitful, could contribute to a peaceful environment. And as we can see here, that Africa suffers actually from a problem of peace. We can see that the index in Africa, there is none of the African countries have a highest or is among the group of highest index of global peace index. Next one, please. Okay. Yeah. When we start talking about this project, we want first of all to contribute, as I said, to all the literature by covering the gap that exists. And really there is a gap not only in terms of empirical studies and to test to what extent this study could be generalized, it could be verified and tested, but also at the same time to connect and to reconcile with Global Peace Index or with a peaceful environment. And really there is, till now, to the best of our knowledge, there is no one of the studies that had been able to cover these two research gaps. As I said, from one side to do a technical work and also to reconcile between academic freedom and Global Peace Index. Next, please. So here we have our hypothesis, and we emphasize not a current level of academic freedom. We want to observe what happened in the past, to what extent this freedom of this freedom of scholars and elites in research could contribute to our future environment in terms of peace and in terms of security. Next, please. Okay, so before we go to our model, here we try to look to the data. This is an example of scatter plot, and in econometric or in statistics, scatter plot consists on studying the relationship between two variables. We can have a positive, we can have a negative one, or no relationship. And here we can see that the relationship is negative, but basically because our index of peace, when we have a low score, the low score, it shows a more peaceful environment. So here the conclusion that we can draw that there is like an academic freedom environment strongly and significantly contribute to a peaceful environment. And scholars here are playing, a very interesting role. Okay, so next one, please. Our empirical studies use initially a more global sample. So we emphasize on a sample covering 162 countries, and there is an emphasis on the African countries. So we used 50 out of 53 African countries. And here, the choice, it's also connected to the availability of data. And this is a very important topic that I think it requires a lot of attention. Because as I said in the introduction, in order to evaluate any social science, including political science phenomena, really we need to create or to evaluate the phenomena through data and statistic. So this is a limitation in empirical studies connected to data. We use it, as I said, different income level without any discrimination in terms of economies. Okay, so our finding is basically confirm our initial hypothesis that we developed, that there is a significant relationship. And when we talk about significance, it means that the relationship, if we repeat the test many times, the relationship will not change. And as I said, here we are studying the previous level of academic freedom. And when I talk about previous level, in econometric, we use different lag structure. So for people who are from the field of statistics, they understand that we took the observation that it is lagged of 5 years or more than 5 years. Even last year observation, it is a lagged information or it is old information. So our finding that preceding level of academic freedom contribute to current level of peace. Next, we will see our, this is basically an econometric model. So our dependent variable, the variable that we want to study, it's the Global Peace Index. And here, the right-hand side variables are the variables that are going to explain this phenomena, and academic freedom, which is lagged by 500, it's our variable of interest. And for robustness checks, also, we use a variety of lags. And by the end of the day, we find that the result, it had been connected and it had been robust. Okay, in terms of data, we used control data to basically study economic factors like tertiary education. We tried to include other socioeconomic variables, but usually the problem of data. For example, we tried to use income inequality, and probably there is a connection between income inequality and the level of peace, but usually the problem of data is a constraint in our case. And for econometric, we use two econometric technique. I will not go more about this technical information. I would prefer to go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is an example of our result, and this result, it's only covering the 5 years lag. So we can see the coefficients that we call beta 1 in the previous slide show a negative as expected, a negative coefficient, which means that the more we are practicing academic freedom, in like last 5 years, we are contributing to a lowest score, and a lowest score by definition, it is more peaceful environment. The coefficient is significant, sorry, I'm contributing between French and English, okay? So here, as I said, that whatever the specification of the model, we will keep having robust and significant, and here we can see that even the level of significance doesn't change. The other variables also in terms of tertiary education, in a society where we have more access to tertiary education, university education, there are more people who are aware, the level of awareness is high, and probably this would be translated through good choices in terms of political life, and it will contribute to peace. Next slide. In terms of robustness check, we try to emphasize on country where the risk of conflict is high due internal division. And here we use a specific, criteria. And it shows that the result doesn't change, and it shows some kind of robustness. And here we only emphasize on Africa. So just to compare between the entire sample and the African sample, here the result for Africa, it is the same as the entire sample with some changements in terms of significance. And there are many reasons here. It could be the data is not good. We have a lot of missing data, for example, for some African countries. We hadn't been able to cover all the continent, but it's already good enough to cover majority, 50 out of 53. Next one, please. These are the robustness check using other lags. So here we use the 10, the 15, and the 20 years lag. And basically, we had this idea from our previous publication from reviewers, and it looks that and also it was covering academic freedom and democracy, and this kind of robustness looks to be confirming to what extent that the research question that we are studying contribute to a generalized conclusion, whatever the level of lag we are using. So let's go to the next one, as long as the robustness check. Yeah. If you read the paper, you will see we have a long conclusion, but here just to be brief and for interest of time, our result confirmed the initial hypothesis that we designed and also align with the limited number of literature that had been interested in the topic. And I emphasize on the fact that we are the first study that reconcile this research question with empirical tests. However, like any empirical studies, we have some new pieces for future research that had been based on the limitation of this paper. I hope that I respected time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Haja. You actually gave us, you saved us 2 minutes. That's fine. So the thing then we have an actually econometric modeling of academic freedom. The study is well done. I am not sure if the index, the peace index that is used is actually what we should be using to measure academic freedom. But that is for you guys to decide. But I think when it comes to methods, the study knows the methods, it knows how to do stuff. I'm just not sure in the design of, and Paul Collier is responsible for this because he was the one who gave us econometric modeling as a way of talking about peace and conflict in the 90s. Okay. So the next presentation is academic freedom. Is academic freedom a catalyst for conflict resolution and sustainable peace in Africa? Muhammadu Awal Kinzeda Wirajing. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, but you could reintroduce yourself. And thank you very much. You got 15 minutes. Or maybe follow Haja and take 14 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wirajing Muhammad Awal Kinzaka. I'm a PhD student at the University of Chang, Cameroon, the Department of Economics, Economic Policy Analysis. I extend my gratitude to Codestria for giving me the opportunity to attend this conference. I also extend my gratitude to the University of Dar es Salaam for hosting this conference. I'm standing here looking at professors. I acknowledge the fact that I'm still a student, and I was so fortunate for my paper to be selected for this conference. Respected and distinguished personalities, ladies and gentlemen, my presentation is entitled, "Is Academic Freedom a Catalyst for Conflict Resolution and Sustainable Peace in Africa?" Next slide. My presentation plan is as follows. I commence with the background of the study, the research objectives, methodology. I discuss my result and conclude with policy recommendations. I will commence my presentation by confronting the sobering reality facing our continent today. Conflicts in Africa are not only pervasive, they are very complex and deeply devastating. According to the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, between 2020 and 2024, the conflicts in Africa has increased by 25%. This resulting to thousands of fatalities and displacements of millions. According to the same report, between 2020, that's between 2000 and 2020, Africa accounted for nearly 40% of all global conflict events. This ranges from the Tigray War in Ethiopia to persistent instability in Sudan and a 9-year ongoing Anglophone crisis in my country, Cameroon, and also internal conflict in other parts of Africa. The Central African Republic, Mali, Burkina Faso, I think we are all aware of that. It's important to take a look at the next, that's figure one. Figure one, the visualization illustrates the geographical burden of conflicts in Africa. It indicates that in 1990, 21 major armed conflict took place in Africa. Please, can you go back to the slide? In 2000, 25 armed conflicts were recorded in Africa, which is more than all conflicts that were recorded in all other continents of the world. This is computed from the Uppsala Conflict Data Program and the Natural Earth Statistics 2022. Please, can you go to the next slide? It's important for us to understand also the level of academic freedom in Africa. Beyond the visible destruction of infrastructures and loss of lives, there is a quieter casualty, the erosion of civil liberties and the shrinking of intellectual space. Since we know majority of countries in Africa are conflict-prone states, our academic institutions are frequently stifled. Scholars who are brave enough to talk against corruption, to talk against political exclusion, they are being censored and exiled. While our universities, they are gradually losing their status as platforms for critical inquiry and constructive dialogue. Figure 2 indicates the trends of academic freedom in Africa between 2000 and 2020. It indicates a decreasing trend since 2010. Please, the next action. we take a look at the table besides figure 2. That is a ranking of academic freedom scores in Africa. We can see that Senegal is leading at the top while Equatorial Guinea is at the bottom. I think each and every one of us here should take a look to see where we belong. When we go back to our countries, we will know what to do. Though I acknowledge the fact that we're talking about academic freedom, and we see that scholars who are brave enough to talk about academic freedom, they end up in prison. So I don't know how we are going to do this, but this is what we have. This is from the World Bank, the World Bank democracy database. I think this is the widely used database to examine democracy and freedom of academic expression, freedom of religion, and other aspects of freedom. That is, according to the literature, this is one of the most widely used statistics. Please, can you go to the next slide? We revisit the literature to understand the relationship between academic freedom and conflict resolution. The literature is being reviewed in 2 different strands. The first strand of the literature is that which supports the role of academic freedom in conflict management and peace. That is according to the deliberative democracy theory and the social capital theory. When there is academic freedom, researchers are given the opportunity to examine the root causes of conflicts and grievances we have in our societies. According to these theories, academic freedom is very good for us to address our conflicts. On the other hand, the contentious politics theory and the idea of instrumentalization of academia, they are warning the government that if they don't regulate academic freedom, it can cause more grievances, can result to more conflict and more tensions. It remains important for us to test what works for Africa. These theories were not postulated by academics or researchers in Africa. Please, in the next slide. We set our objectives to examine the impact of freedom of academic expression on conflict resolution in Africa. More specifically, we examine this in diverse regimes, democratic and authoritarian regime. We test the puzzle in varied legal and institutional frameworks, the civil and the common law settings, and also to inform the development of context-sensitive policies that enhance resolution strategy across varying levels of civil liberties and democratic governance, from low to high freedom settings. The next slide, please. We adopt the methodology to attain our objectives. The data we use here covers 50 African countries between 2000 and 2020. We use the V-Democracy database of the World Bank 2023. We use the World Governance Indicators of the World Bank 2023 and the World Development Indicators of the World Bank. To proxy the conflict resolution score, we use a principal components analysis where we integrated internal conflict management score, social group equality, political stability, and government effectiveness. For the freedom of academic score, it's an index that ranges between 0 and 1. This index measures the extent to which scholars and academic institutions can research, publish, teach, and disseminate knowledge without facing restrictions or censorship from state or non-state actors. This is according to the VDM Data Project 2021. We adopted an econometric strategy that is the instrumental quantile regression strategy. This is one of the most sophisticated strategy that helps you to determine the level of academic freedom that we need to manage conflict in Africa. Next slide, please. After adopting the following methodology, these findings we obtained. Our findings indicate that academic freedom enhances conflict management in Africa. It results in sustainable peace. The findings indicate that academic freedom in Africa, the prevailing scores of academic freedom in Africa are only able to reduce conflict management. But when it concerns major conflicts, our level of academic freedom presently is not able to address the conflict. Most of the conflicts we have now, it addresses smaller conflicts. But when it concerns conflicts that we have, for example, in Cameroon, the one that is going on in Ethiopia, yesterday as I was seated here, I received a mail from ACLET that between the 7th and the 12th of April, 18 people were killed in Ethiopia. Such conferences, how can we address with the level of academic freedom we have here? The academic freedom that is only propagated by researchers. The politicians are there sitting, and they are waiting for us to take us and put into prison. But we are still talking about academic freedom. Our findings remain consistent across the Central African state, the East and the North African state, Southern and the West African state. Though the findings are more pronounced in Southern African and West African countries. This is because these countries, we've realized that the V-democracy database, the Southern and the Western African countries, their democracy scores are very high as compared to countries in Central and East Africa, and also the North African countries. That is what the statistics is showing. The next slide. For sensitivity analysis, we use the V-democracy database to segment countries who have countries with the full or flawed democracy. That is a score that is greater than 60. We also segmented for the hybrid regimes, a score ranging between 0.40 and 0.59. And also for the authoritarian regime, the score less than 0.40. The findings indicate that academic freedom is very significant for countries that practice full democracy, and those that are better in the hybrid regime between 0.40 and 0.59. Next action, please. The findings also indicates that academic freedom is working in African countries that adopt the civil law system, those who are French-speaking countries, and also the common law system for the English-speaking countries. Next slide, please. For further sensitivity analysis, we use the Freedom House. The Freedom House, it is the majority of studies in the literature that use freedom, they use the Freedom House statistics. So we use the Freedom House statistics to segment our sample of 50 African countries into high freedom, the countries with the low freedom scores, and those with the fair freedom scores. The findings indicate this is a general freedom score. It's not just academic freedom. So our findings indicates that the countries with little democracy, academic freedom is not much effective as compared to those who are more free in terms of their freedom scores. Our findings also indicates for the different conflict management indicators, the internal conflict, political stability, social group equality, and government effectiveness, voice and accountability. Our findings indicates that academic freedom is still important to enhance political stability in Africa, promote social group equality, enhance our institutional quality through government effectiveness, and also promote voice and accountability. Next slide. From these findings, we can reach the following conclusion. From our baseline conclusions, we realize that academic freedom significantly improves conflict resolution, especially in countries with already moderate or high peace indicators. These findings are more pronounced in African countries that consider the importance of other freedom, freedom of press censorship, and freedom of communication, etc. Democracy and freedom scores. The benefits of academic freedom are amplified in more democratic and civil liberty-friendly environments. For legal system differences, both common law and civil law systems support conflict resolution through academic freedom, despite the differing legal traditions. The regional variation, West and Southern African countries show stronger positive impact of academic freedom on peace than East and North African countries. For the conflict indicators disaggregated, academic freedom improves internal peace, governance, voice, group equality, supporting multidimensional conflict resolution. For the channels of influence, we realize that knowledge transfer through academic publication and financial development positively enhances conflict resolution in Africa. Yeah, I think from the conclusion, we can understand what the policy recommendations are because my time is finished. Thank you for your keen attention.
So we have the last presentation and this one are very close in spirit in terms of methodology and the data sets that they are using. The thing that I will just want to say also is the indexes or the indices that we are using, and without really questioning them and just accepting that this is how, and then we plot our studies against that, we will have to revisit, but it's up for you guys to later figure that out. And the other thing is that I know when I was a graduate student, Taro, Putnam, Habermas, I'm not sure if those are the people I will go to guide my study. But again, it's up to you guys. You will decide that. Finally, last but not the least, we got a paper that says politicization, surveillance, and control of university spaces in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has been very popular in this conference. It's very prominent and popular. Oh, Uncle Bob, what did you do? It's like, okay, so we have a presentation by Simbarashe Gukurumi. You got 15 minutes, my brother. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Yeah, I think like you rightfully highlighted that we have heard a lot about Zimbabwe and academic freedom in the past few days. And probably maybe some of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about would sound a bit redundant, but I think we can still advance some engagements and discussions around. So my name is Mbarashe Gukurume. I teach sociology and social anthropology at Soplak University. Wherever I attend conferences, people ask me, where is this university? It's one of the new universities in South Africa. So my presentation today looks at the ways in which state surveillance and politicization of university spaces undermines both academic and intellectual freedom. So with this presentation, I seek to argue that surveillance and politicization of university spaces in Zimbabwe has serious consequences on the ways in which scientific knowledge is produced, the enjoyment of both academic and intellectual freedom, as well as university autonomy. I also try to show in this paper that the university's invocation of a narrow patriotic history, in here I borrow from Terence Ranger's work on patriotic history. So the university's invocation of a patriotic, narrow patriotic history discourse has created a sharp divide or binary of what would be called patriotic intellectuals or patriotic academics, and those that are referred to as sellout intellectuals or sellout academics. So I would revisit these concepts and terms later on as the presentation unfold. So to make sense of these critical questions around academic freedom, intellectual freedom, university autonomy, and other associated issues, I try to borrow theoretically and conceptually from the works of Achille Mbembe, particularly his concept of necropolitics. I also try to juxtapose or triangulate that with the works and concepts that from Michel Foucault, especially concepts such as biopolitics, governmentality and also, interestingly, the politics of the self. So let me probably start with the historical context. If you can go to the next slide, please. So in 1982, that is 2 years after Zimbabwe attained its independence from the Rhodesian white minority rule, after a protracted liberation struggle, the newly renamed University of Zimbabwe hosted an international conference on the role of higher education and its future in Zimbabwe. So the university invited the then Prime Minister, Robert Gabriel Mugabe, to present a keynote speech at the conference, an invitation that the Prime Minister gladly accepted. So in his speech, the Prime Minister then famously and boldly asserted, and I quote, higher education is too important a business to be left entirely to deans, professors, lecturers, and academic administrators. This quote is particularly interesting for me in what it reveals about the intentions of the Prime Minister then in controlling the affairs of the university, but most importantly, is a signification of the nature of the post-colonial Zimbabwean state, as well as the ways in which he sought to assert the political control of the university, as well as the processes of knowledge production. So Mugabe's assertion and claims that the university business is extremely important, not only to be left to professors and deans, did not take long to manifest. In the same year, the Prime Minister then repealed the Royal Charter, which had established the university. By then, it was called the University College of Rhodesia and Nyasaland. And this is the charter that led to the formation of the university in 1955. So this charter was replaced with what was called the University of Zimbabwe Act of 1982. The Royal Charter had a number of provisions, and over a number of years, it guaranteed academic freedom, ensured institutional autonomy, as well as independence from political interference, to the extent that sociologists such as Michael Gelfand described the university as a racial island in a society that was sharply racialized, especially during the time of the Rhodesian regime. So the University Council during the time of the Royal Charter was composed largely of senior academics, as well as independent and apolitical members. But this radically changed with the imposition of the University of Zimbabwe Act, which many senior academics that I talked to explained that it was imposed from the top without any meaningful consultation or protocol. So the 1982 Act reconstituted the university under the Zimbabwean law, and made significant changes to the governance structure, and most notably, probably you can go to the next slide, most notably Section 7.1 of the Act, it designated that the president of the country was supposed to be the chancellor of the university, and granted the chancellor the authority to preside over university assemblies, confer degrees, and many other privileges and powers. Furthermore, Section 8.1 stipulated that the vice chancellor would be appointed by the chancellor, who in this case would be the president of the country. After consultation, of course, with the Minister of Higher Education, the University Council. So this meant that many of the senior administrators largely became political appointments after this particular act. As such, the enactment of this act, I would like to assert, would mark the beginning of the politicization of the university and other universities that were formed thereafter in Zimbabwe. In 1992, the University of Zimbabwe's Amendment Act, which is an amendment to the 1982 University of Zimbabwe Act, further entrenched the power and control of the chancellor as well as the vice chancellor on the university. Through this Amendment Act, the chancellor and the vice chancellor received further powers to discipline academics, students, to vet and approve appointments, policy decisions, among many other powers. So in referring to this Amendment Act of 1992, a prominent political scientist, the late John Makumbe, described this Amendment Act as probably, and I quote, the most vicious attack on academic freedom that the country had ever experienced. Writing about the same act and its implications on university autonomy and governance, anthropologist Angela Chita argued that this Amendment Act, the university transformed from a national university to a party, in this case, ZANU-PF University. Indeed, all the other universities that were then established after this act followed the same trend. And I think this is the reality up to date. The president is still the chancellor of all public universities. The chancellor is still very much involved in the appointment of senior administrators and many other powers. We can go to the next slide, please. Consequently, at the 1982 graduation ceremony, the country's first Black and post-independent vice chancellor of the university, the late Professor Walter Kamba, spectacularly resigned during this graduation ceremony, citing intensified political interference in the running of the university. So in front of both graduating students, the chancellor himself, as well as the parents and visitors of the students. In his resignation speech, Professor Kamba said, thank you. Professor Kamba said, I'm resigning today because there is too many unprofessional fingers interfering with the running of the university. And after the resignation of Professor Kamba, Mugabe sought replacements who were perceived to be politically correct. And political correctness in this case involved the suppression of political dissent on campus, advancing the political interests of the ruling party, in this case, ZANU-PF. So consequently, the new vice chancellors that were appointed after Kamba became direct political appointments of the late president and allowed intensified deployment of plainclothes government spies on campus, especially from the notorious Central Intelligence Organization. Probably you can move to the next slide, please. So the deployment of state security agents on campus intensified after the resignation of Kamba, and many of these spies and informers would regularly attend lectures and meetings, masquerading either as students or staff. And during political unrest or protests on campus, the new vice chancellors allowed police and sometimes the military on campus to crush political dissent and sometimes suspend and expelled student leaders, as well as academics that are seen to be sympathetic to the protesting students. You can move to the next slide, please. Especially deploying the University of Zimbabwe Amendment Act. So this new configuration, with this new configuration of the Amendment Acts, what we see in this case, the faculty and the students, critical of the ruling party, were subjected to constant surveillance, arbitrary arrests, and other forms of victimization. You can move to the next slide, please. So these biopolitical practices remained intact today. And some of the interlocutors that I have interviewed claim that they've actually further intensified even post Mugabe. So drawing from Terence Ranger, you can move to the next slide, please. Narratives on patriotic history discourse. What emerges from the politicization and control of the university is what I would call the bifurcation of the academy and the emergence of what would be called patriotic intellectuals or patriotic academics and sellout intellectuals or sellout academics. So the discursive construction of patriots and sellouts in the Zimbabwean political landscape was conceived during the liberation struggle, according to Terence Ranger. And this discourse continued to be invoked by the post-colonial state to categorize individuals based, to categorize individuals based on their real and perceived loyalty to the ruling party, and in this case, ZANU-PF. And therefore, I frame patriotic intellectuals as those academics that typically support the government and its policies, and often uncritically. These are academics that owe their allegiance to ZANU-PF and ZANU-PF political elites. And these academics that are critical to ZANU-PF and perceived to be disloyal to the ruling party are then framed as sellout intellectuals. So in the Zimbabwean political landscape, you can move to the next slide, please. In the Zimbabwean political landscape, what is interesting is that the figure of a sellout or the label of a sellout is that which can be exterminated, which relates to Mbembe's idea of necropolitics. That is, the narrative of who has the right to enjoy academic freedom or to live as well as to die. So the necropolitical practices of the state and its repressive apparatus, in this case, the state security, threatened those that are critical to the ruling party. And in this case, the figure of the sellout is also conceived as those whose death is ungrievable, which is akin to what Angapen refers to as the homo says. You can move to the next slide, please. So while the presentation highlighted the ways in which the acts and other biopolitical practices were used to control academics, I do not intend to portray academics and students as passive victims of state surveillance and control. Instead, this surveillance and politicization of the university, as well as knowledge production, also reactivated new and old forms of negotiating authoritarianism. So, as a way of concluding, I think I've run out of space and time. Surveillance, the argument that I try to make is that surveillance disciplines not only the students, but also the academics and the ways in which scientific knowledge production is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was our final presentation, and the issue, the thing though with this presentation, I'm not sure how it fits perfectly with this panel. Yes, there are two qualitative, for lack of a better description, qualitative papers and two quantitative papers. But the first three papers are actually dealing with conflict and peace and security in the explicit sense. This is more political control in terms of state, the projection of state power and the control of academics. And I think this paper would have fit more perfectly with the panel that Eliseo was chairing yesterday. Unfortunately, there was also another Zimbabwe paper on that panel. So probably that's why you ended up here. Okay, so we are here. I am not going to take time, but the point here is that there are certain things that emerges. The fundamental question is academic freedom necessary for for the maintenance of peace and security, or the absence of academic freedom as a catalyst for conflict? And then another question is, why do academics tend to be targeted? What is this need for the state, for even political organisms that are contesting against the state? Why is it the first place that you want to go to is to try and control academics. And actually in Professor Albert's paper, there is also that tension then that emerges between who are academics and intellectuals. And so I'm going to open this up and I will come, but I'm going to do it this way. The other day I was suffering at the back and I raised my hand up for like 2 hours. Nobody, like 2 sessions. So I am going to start with the back. I'm sorry. Okay. And oh, you have the mic. Okay. And the way we are going to do this, I am going to take a bunch of questions because I think the moderation has affected. I want them to respond to the comments and the questions that you are asking. So I'm going to take 4 questions or 4 comments, but please try to keep it a maximum of 2 minutes. I'll cut you off. Like seriously. Don't give another presentation. Don't do another presentation. 2 minutes maximum. Okay, so I will start 1. Okay. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's go.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just focus on the two quantitative papers. But before doing that, I think one of the challenges I have with the last presentation is the lack of conceptualization of politicization, patriotic, and all of that. They were not conceptualized. But now let's look at I think the second paper and the third paper. It was actually it is very difficult for me to look at what is the explanatory variable. Because looking at just listening to you and looking at the literature, one can argue that perhaps peace and academic freedom, they are dependent variables. That perhaps the explanatory variable is regime type. But regime type, not just limited to electoralism, but a deeper understanding of democracy that include deliberative democracy. So it is then I think the third paper, I see a lack of conceptualization. You just take the theory and you tested them. And that is, I think, a weakness among us as African academics. On the first day, we were challenged by our elder here, Professor Shivji, that as Africans, we should also learn to theorize. Then on the basis of that, we can test. The testing you have done is very good, but we did not have our own theory. So you try to confirm what this thing, what.
Okay, so Professor, is there a question?
Yeah, no, it's
just a comment. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yeah. So regarding the first paper, I think my call this thing is perhaps what you need to what we need to test is indicators of democracy to see whether that is not really the explanatory variable.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. At the back.
Thank you very much. My name is I would like to add like a question. The last presenter presented the political pressure on colleges and universities. I wanted to know how can universities and colleges make a framework to prevent political interference in colleges and universities around the world?
Okay, thank you. See, short and sweet. Yes. Oh, you.
Yeah, thanks. I share my concerns with the colleague, around the level of the lack of theorization in the two quantitative papers and the problems of causal identification as a consequence. But the thing I'm going to reference here is my concern with the data sets on academic freedom. The academic freedom expert index is expert coded. In other words, they went and asked experts, how free do you think this country is with regards to academic freedom? And the problem is this is extremely, extremely problematic. I'll give you an example. Transparency International relies on expert coding for corruption and identifies African countries as the most corrupt on earth. But when the Tax Justice Network follows the money, an objective indicator of corruption, it turns out that the United States, the UK, Germany, and Switzerland are the main recipients of global illicit financial flows and play a critical role in facilitating enormous global corruption. Okay? Similarly, this academic freedom index relies on expert views on academic freedom, and how strange, Israel, the UK, the US, and the United Arab Emirates are all at the top. I want to understand, how is the bombing of all universities into destruction in Gaza consistent with academic freedom? The United Arab Emirates bankrolling of a genocidal war in Sudan, which has destroyed universities and targeted killings of academics, is somehow compatible with academic freedom, right? So what this does is, that's one part of the problem. The second part is that it elides key parts of academic freedom that are important for us, which are enshrined in the Kampala Declaration. So the Academic Freedom Index relies on a negative definition of freedom as the freedom from restraint, okay? But we are working with a positive definition as the freedom to serve, where service to society has a number of identifiable features, such as internal democracy, the language of research and teaching, community engagement, and so on. And these are all measurable features. We could actually measure how many universities have elected vice chancellors, for example. So I think it's absolutely critical that we develop a data set capturing these variables so that we can conduct empirical analyses that reflect the conceptualizations of intellectual freedom that are important to our community and that are enshrined in the Kampala Declaration.
Okay, thank you. My auntie Mariam.
Merci. Je vais passer sur une partie de l'intervention qui a été prise en charge par la personne qui vient de parler. Mais je voulais dire au panel que j'étais aussi très frappée par la conception que nous avons des libertés académiques. Je m'explique. Je ne sais pas comment on peut dissocier les libertés académiques de ce qui se passe dans la société dans laquelle ces libertés sont censées exister. Si je prends un exemple concret, la communication qui a parlé de Boko Haram a parlé de choses très importantes, a parlé de choses qui nous ont touchés, mais comment on peut parler de Boko Haram sans dire un seul mot sur les filles de Chibok? Parce que ce que représentent les filles de Chibok, c'est pas seulement l'orientation contre-productive et contre-école, mais c'est l'orientation sociétale que les filles de Chibok représentent. Et les filles de Chibok ont cristallisé l'attention à cette époque-là et c'est elles qui ont donné la dimension internationale à la lutte contre Boko Haram. Si je reviens un peu sur le Soudan, moi, j'ai travaillé au Soudan, ce n'était pas pour la personne qui a fait, parce que ce n'était pas l'objet de son étude. Mais quand je travaillais au Darfour, je voyais que le ciblage des Janjaouites était explicite. D'une part, ils ciblaient les sachants, c'est-à-dire ceux qui savent quelque chose dans la société, pas forcément des universitaires, mais ils ciblaient aussi le corps des femmes qui était une arme de guerre. Parce que le corps des femmes, c'était la meilleure manière d'humilier une communauté de mâles qui ne peut pas défendre ses enfants. Donc, suicide. des femmes. Féminicide, des garçons qui savent que leurs sœurs ont été violées. Infanticide, des femmes qui savent qu'elles portent un enfant de Djanjaoui et ça va venir dans sa couleur. Et je ne sais pas, ce qui m'interpelle, mais je dis ça aussi pour la dénombre de l'après-midi. Il nous faut arrêter de dire le peuple. Le peuple n'est pas incolore, inodore et sans saveur. Le peuple, c'est des segments sociétaux qui portent des problématiques qui ne sont pas seulement la lutte des classes et la lutte de l'économie, mais c'est une lutte aussi de libération sociologique. Comment dans une société fondamentalement patriarcale, comment dans une société foncièrement gérontocratique, nous pouvons parler du peuple seulement comme si le peuple était un bloc monolithique. Ça, je le dis en avance, mais c'est pour la dénomme de cet après-midi. Arrêtez de nous parler du peuple. Maintenant, ma question à vous. C'est comment ces questions logiques que je viens d'adresser peuvent être prises dans vos modèles économétriques. Quand j'étais étudiant, on me disait les statistiques, c'est des innocents à qui on peut faire dire n'importe quoi. Je travaillais à la Banque centrale du Sénégal, de la BCEAO, avec un biais d'économétrie par des macroéconomistes. Mais les statistiques, ça part sur des postulats de base qui n'intègrent pas nos problèmes. Arrêtez de me parler du peuple, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Okay, so I hope you guys caught that.
I will continue.
No. I hope you guys caught that. So let's try and do this so that we get this other side. Like I think you guys respond, and if you could keep it short, I'm not gonna put a time limit, but if we could keep it 2-3 minutes max, then we could come to this section. Okay, go. I will start with you, Haja. We come in this way.
Okay. So we got feedback, one comment regarding our control variables. Yes. So thank you for the regime type. True, we hadn't been able to control for this. Normally, we should look to what extent our sample had been under the regime of totalitarianism or the full democracy. And as I said, data access and data comparability, it's our issue. But for this first draft, yes, I cannot deny that this is still a limitation. And thank you. We will basically devote more time in order to include and to find a convenient database, because usually this is our constraint. But thank you.
Okay.
I think we only one.
Muhammad Awal.
Thank you for your wonderful question. I will start to respond to a question that came from this direction. Concerning the explanatory variable, I think I was given just 15 minutes. If I was given 30 minutes, I could have presented for 35 minutes. There was no time to explain how the variables were being treated. So I think the question of conceptualizing what works for Africa, we Africans, we do not have institutions that permit us to have access to these statistics. For example, I think if we are talking about academic freedom, how do we evaluate if there is an improvement? It is through data. We need to unlock data in Africa. So if there is another way of assessing if there is an improvement, if after this conference, after 5 years from today, how can we assess if our institutions, if our government have considered the recommendations from this conference? I believe that it is through data. We need to unlock data in African countries. We need to provide institutions, for example, Codestria. Codestria can also take the initiative to try to provide us with academic freedom measurement that works for Africa. I think that is going to solve our problem. Yeah, because I believe data is very important in our analysis. It's very important for our policy recommendation. Thank you.
Professor Albert?
Yes. I think we have different impacts of terrorism. If we have to focus on Boko Haram, for example, I have published paper on Chibok girls, Dapchi girls. I've published papers on military operations against Boko Haram. I've been invited by Chatham House twice to make presentations in London on Boko Haram. But I think what we are focusing on here is that Boko Haram is attacking thought leadership. Boko Haram does not want anybody who is promoting the knowledge, the kind of knowledge that is antithetical to its own belief system. So if Boko Haram is saying we are going this way, and you as a scholar, you are promoting knowledge in this area, they target you and eliminate you. So, and we think that is a critical issue for us to consider on issue of academic and intellectual freedom. Now, many of us who teach in Nigeria, we are afraid because the classroom now is a little bit is shrinking, you know, the kind of things you say, because sometimes some of your students belong to this movement. Some of your colleagues belong to this movement. So when you come to a meeting, it's like you don't say everything that you should be saying. Probably you say 20%, so as to remain alive, to be able to continue your scholarship. Now, I have a policy. If you are inviting me to your university now, the first thing I ask you, what is the nearest airport? If the airport is too far away from where your university is located, I will not come. I will not come to your university. And then when I go to some universities in the north, security people pick me. They pick me from the airport, take me in a military vehicle, they take me to your university, I teach, I do whatever I want to do, returned to the airport by security people. I experienced this severally on some of these dangerous roads in Sokoto and the rest of it. So what we are saying is that we are no longer as free as we were when originally we were recruited into this job. Now we control what we say, we control what we do, and we control what we write. Because sometimes early in Boko Haram crisis, you put something just on Facebook, and then you know it's your colleague that is calling you. You get a call, the number is not there, and they say, this is the last warning. So next time, you don't put that type of thing on the Facebook. So we are saying we have a critical problem that eventually will affect the quality of scholarship in Nigeria. I cited the example of our colleague, a former deputy vice chancellor, a leading professor of security of political science. You invite him to seminars, now he will not come. You give him an academic assignment, he will not do. And when you meet him at meetings, you raise critical issues, he will not answer you. So the system is really watering down Nigerian scholarship. This is the point we're trying to make.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I had two questions. I think one was on what can be done for universities to get rid of political interference. I think one of the main problems is the issue of funding. I think most universities in Africa are dependent on state funding, and as a result, that becomes very difficult for them to extricate themselves from state interference. And I don't know if it's possible for universities to have other sources of funding that would be sustainable without necessarily the interference of where those funds are coming from. I think that's a crisis that many African universities are facing. And I think the other issue was on issues of conceptualization. I think I could have probably done a whole 15-minute presentation on politicization and patriotic history, but I couldn't do that because of time limitations. But I do have published work on this, where I conceptualize what I mean by patriotism, but also borrowing from Terence Ranger's work on how ZANU-PF deploys a narrow patriotic history, where ZANU-PF is seen as like the alpha and omega of the Zimbabwean political space. And I think that is why I couldn't really focus more on the conceptualization in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take, but honestly, I didn't see the issue of conceptualization as an issue in your paper, because it was very clear the way in which you used it. Maybe it's just me, but right, I have a different set of questions, not on conceptualization. Okay, we're going to go at the back. I don't want people at the back. So
Thank you for being understandable. Thank you for the presentation, but I have so many questions regarding the second two in the middle. I'm sorry, but let me start by the assumption that when we talk about academic freedom and its relationship with conflict resolution, are we talking in a conflict there is academic freedom that could solve the conflict? That's one thing. The second, thank you. The second question is, what do we mean? What is the level of academic freedom that would bring peace? And what is the nature of peace? What's the peace we are talking about? So many terms and, plus both questions, I realize that they have taken a very politicized data. Using the World Bank and other data is quite difficult. So how do we actually come into that conclusion? Thank you.
Okay. That's sweet.
Thank you very much to all the presenters for your presentations. I'll also be very quick. My question is for Hajer. I found the methodology really interesting, and I understand from your presentation there's a strong statistical relationship between these two things. Can you speak about correlation and causation? Is this purely a relationship of correlation? Is there anything that you can glean from that or understand from that related to causation between these two things?
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question to a paper from Zimbabwe. I wanted to know if the role of the academic staff associations in this kind of control, are they vibrant? Are they ruthless? Have they been also politicized and so on and so forth? Well, this is one of the significant agents that can, in a way, reduce the control, the extent of control from the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to speak to the work of Albert and Awal, particularly Awal. How can we use the findings that you've shown us from the econometric analysis to address academic freedom in such conflict situations? And I'm saying this because we seem to have the solutions to our problems. So how do we make an impact in terms of leveraging such findings to address our own problems? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Isaac, to raising the issue of Islamist and the terrorism issue. But now I'm thinking from solidarity and the responsibility of us as a declaration is, because this is what happened in Egypt after 2013 with Islamist people. So I don't know how we can, our responsibility to support and to differentiate which academics or which intellectual I have to support or to responsible with, according to what. So I think using violence, it is critical issue. We have to, not any one, but if they're using violence, this is what, one thing. Another thing I'm thinking about the declaration and the annex, there is no word about hate speech, especially the annex talking about we are directing for civil society, think tanks, and so. So can we add the hate speech in the annex? I don't know, but let's to think about.
Thank you to the presenters, and we'll make quick comments. And the first has to do with issue of how at times we tend to want to bifurcate and create categories that are not particularly relevant when we are thinking about a lot of the issues that we talked about. And that has to do with the very last presentation, where talking about Zimbabwe and all of that. So I feel that if we look at it from the point of view of human security, we see a connection, amongst, particularly between his paper and Professor Albert's paper, because at the end of the day, this human security conversation is a common struggle. And if you work in a place where you don't feel secured, when there's tendency that you are under surveillance and you can be picked up at any time, that poses a significant challenge, and we must see those connections and how you connect to the bigger problem of society. Another question that I want to raise, particularly to Professor Albert, has to do with thinking a bit more about the banditry context, whether the kind of pickup that is being done is about the work that scholars are doing, or social identity and perceived social status of scholars more generally. I don't know. So I just wanted to think a bit more about that. And generally, the issue of causation has been mentioned, and I think it's important for the quantitative researchers to think further about them. I'll just stop there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I want to react from the perspective of the papers on econometrics and actually check who will be the consumer of some of these analyses, and not to repeat maybe some of the criticisms that were made. And at another point, trying to check, because I got also excited by what Marema said. We can say, we can ask the figures to say whatever we want. But now, from a very objective perspective, what will it be if we have like those statistics to really measure the cost of oppression on academic freedom? Does it speak better to what we want to say or what we want to communicate? And how do we get to analyze something like that? And that could communicate maybe better to policymakers and the like. And maybe on terrorism, Boko Haram, and the like, I want to inquire about the politicization of terrorism. And this is something that is very the case for Boko Haram. It's not the spontaneous generation. And the attack on academic freedom is just an aspect of it. So maybe you can reflect a bit on that part. Thank you.
Okay, you have the last word and then we'll come to talk.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur. Merci à toutes ces contributions. Je voudrais d'emblée dire que je suis professeur d'économétrie et que je n'ai fait que tout ça toute ma vie. Aaron Levenstein, un économiste, disait ceci: les statistiques, c'est comme le bikini. Ce qu'elles révèlent est suggestif et ce qu'elles cachent, c'est l'essentiel. Bon, maintenant, je vais un peu, parce que souvent ma sœur Marema me provoque beaucoup, mais je crois que je vais quand même lui donner un peu raison ici cette fois-ci, pour dire que, vous voyez, on a fait beaucoup de l'économétrie, là j'ai vu beaucoup de choses qui m'ont beaucoup fait sourire. Et nous sommes quand même dans un sujet qui est fondamentalement que c'est l'académie, les libertés académiques. J'étais en train de me dire qu'il faut que le codicien soit le porte-parole, parce que je crois que si nous sommes en train de concevoir des choses en termes de liberté académique, c'est quelque chose qui reste encore à notre niveau. Ce n'est pas encore quelque chose qui est de dimension importante pour que les gens prennent conscience. Quand je regarde qu'on a les données macroéconomiques, avec quoi? Les données microéconomiques comme les libertés académiques, qu'on essaie de modéliser, ça me pose un peu de problèmes. Ce que je voudrais dire, c'est qu'il faut nécessairement que les modèles que nous essayons de mettre en place soient en adéquation avec les données. Mais quand vous regardez ce que vous avez dit là, j'ai vu les classements que vous avez fait tout à l'heure. Hier, le professeur Moshi disait que lorsqu'on fait les indicateurs là, c'est bien à dessein. Je ne suis pas convaincu que les indicateurs qui ont été élaborés là soient la traduction réelle de ce que nous sommes en train d'interpréter en termes de libertés académiques. Donc, pour dire que faisons un peu attention dans l'interprétation de ce que nous sommes en train de faire avec les données économétriques. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Okay, 1 minute, 1, 2, 3. I'm not taking anything else because the sisters are going to kill me. So let me just.
Yeah, just I'm Lisa Laxo, whom and the paper Hajar presented is our joint effort to look at the usefulness of this data that is available. But I want to correct that this academic freedom data is based on surveys, but it includes also factual data on the legislations and statutes of university management. It also includes positive indicators like campus safety, which is looking at the situation of the students. So, and my understanding is that it's quite reliable, and it is, United Emirates was mentioned and Israel was mentioned. I just checked, Emirates is clearly below African average, and Israel is coming down, and US is coming down on these indicators. But this indicator has developed together with the Scholars at Risk network, and I'm sure that those who are collecting it are ready and eager to develop it further. Also, the surveys are based on experts who are local experts. So it's, I just want to defend this database, but of course we have to be critical when looking at that kind of macro analysis.
It's still politicalized data though.
Asante sana. Jopo hili limesisitiza umuhimu wa uhusiano kati ya uhuru wa kitaalamu na uwajibikaji wa jamii, hasa wewe Isaac. Iwapo walio katika jamii hawawezi kuona manufaa ya uhuru wa kitaalamu kwa jamii, hawataona umuhimu wa kusimama na wasomi. Basi nauliza, tunaweza kufanya nini? Tunaweza kutengeneza vipi fahirisi zinazonasa data kama hii? Data, Michelle Mugo huwa anaongea juu ya ukitaka kuona kama uhuru uko, uangalie kama watu wenyewe, jamii yenyewe itasimama na wasomi watu wanapokuja kuwatafuta kwa sababu ya kazi yao. Tunaweza kutafuta data kama hii na kuingiza ili tuweze vile mlivyo, hasa wao wawili ambao waliongea juu ya hizo fahirisi zao. Asante.
Okay, you have, no. You have the last.
No.
Oh, okay, then that's it. Okay, so we have, like, if you guys could take 3 minutes, yeah, to round up. But before we do that, let me just say, Robert Cox wrote a long time ago that every knowledge is for some purpose and for someone. Let's not pretend as if we are using data sets and therefore those data sets, without even problematizing them, we just accept them at face value. And this is actually how the Eurocentric, the valuation of Africa takes place. Because like I'm looking at this data set, World Bank, I don't trust the World Bank, I'm sorry. In fact, neoliberalism constructs these indices as a way of putting certain people in certain places. The US, they shoot black boys on the street and they don't show up higher on the index. Israel is bombing places and they are only coming down now. Anyway, the point that I'm making is that we should not just accept data sets as if it's a given. And that was the very first comment that I made was, why are we taking these data sets as a given, as if they are truth in themselves? So my problem is not with the design of the course, with the study, because I think the studies are well done in terms of methodology. The problem is, how are you justifying using the particular data sets that you are using? And what are the political implications? Who are
Okay. I will not be able to answer all the questions, to be honest with you. Just for the first few questions that I had been able to capture, there is one question about the component of the peace index. As I mentioned in the introduction, there are around 23 quantitative and qualitative aspects that cover security, that cover different aspects. So I cannot tell you more about this. If you are really interested, you can read the paper. I think the controversy regarding statistics, some researchers have different opinion regarding statistic data. If you consider the World Development Indicators of the World Bank as politicized data, I have only to respect your opinion. As economist, maybe with a different background, I need to test the hypothesis. And my only tool to test, to verify, to check is only to refer to this only accessible data, because for the moment, this is a problem. We cannot keep talking about the phenomena without using, without having a quantitative or without having a gauge simply for this one. It's easy to keep creating hypotheses. It's easy to discuss a phenomena. However, which is more challenging is to somehow to find some conclusion. And by the way, I'm not here to generalize any conclusion. I'm just here to test the phenomena that exist. And in statistics, we recognize that we are not answering any question. When I'm teaching my students, I'm telling them we are not here to answer any question. There is no answer, by the way. The question is still open, and just our role is to contribute with the minimum that we can do to tackle the question, the research question. But we are not here to answer any question. Yes, there is another remark or question about methodology. We didn't use causality test, to be honest. It's an initial draft, and we just prefer to use very simple initial technique in panel data. So we hadn't been able to go far, but probably this could be an interesting question. We just used the correlation, which is a very description of the variables, just to test if we can really expect more significance from our model. That's all from my side.
Thank you all for the questions and the comments on my presentation. As we are doubting the statistics from the World Bank, I think as African researchers, we have to look for a way forward to create our own institutions. I know that at the national level, for example, in Cameroon, we have the National Institute of Statistics, but after visiting the National Institute of Statistics to have our own database, I could not have access to anything related to academic freedom. So after revisiting the literature, I realized that majority of studies use the World Bank democracy database to assess academic freedom. And to do something empirical, I had to go in and visit them to have this data for my analysis. There is a question where they ask what level of academic freedom is required. And I will ask myself and everyone seated here, they're asking me at what level, how do they want me to tell the level of which they are criticizing the data I'm using? Are we having another data that I can use to determine what level of academic freedom we need in Africa? That is a question. So I've answered the question by asking my own question to the person who asked this question to me. So there was another question asked on how do we create some indexes for analyzing the African situation? I think as we are researchers, though we are advocating for academic freedom, but this academic freedom, I doubt if we are the one to adopt the academic freedom. Because we only need to speak out, and the people who can accept our recommendations, they have to take a decision. So we see how researchers are being exiled. So what is our stake on this? I believe it is the role of all of us here and those who have influence. For me, for example, I'm still a student. I'm not occupying any administrative role in my country, and I doubt if my voice can be heard. So there are people here, there are our professors here who are already occupying some administrative positions in their various countries. I think they will have more role to making sure that we have our National Institute of Statistics or the African Institute of Statistics that can provide, CODESIA can also take the role to provide us with a sophisticated database that measures academic freedom, so that we can sit here and after 5 or 10 years, we assess if there's been a progress after the Tanzania Academic Conference 2025. Thank you.
Well, I think the most important question I will want to respond to is the nexus between terrorism and banditry. It is a little bit technical, but I'll share the little that shared. When Boko Haram crisis started, a number of us called it religious terrorism. But later we cautioned ourselves, because when you say religious terrorism, the next question to answer is which religion? And you are most likely to say Islam. And therefore you say Islamic terrorism. But those of us who studied the problem at the initial stage knew, and we still know, that Boko Haram has nothing to do with Islam. So it is therefore misleading to say it is Islamic terrorism. Therefore, the early publications we had, we referred to it as a form of political terrorism. But later, Boko Haram aligned with Al-Qaeda, the global Al-Qaeda, aligned with the Islamic State. But when Islamic State was defeated in Iraq and had problems in Syria and the rest and the Middle East, now they stopped giving money to the likes of Boko Haram. And that means Boko Haram must survive on its own. Unfortunately, before we came to that level, Boko Haram, through Islamic States of West African province, was already playing leading role in the Sahel. And some terrorist organizations in the Sahel, most especially Islamic State of Greater Sahara and Mujahid, they were dependent on Boko Haram. Now the question is, if money is no longer coming from the Middle East, how do you survive your operations? And that was when we came to the era of extortionate terrorism. So rather than pursuing ideology, now we have to extract money from the society for continuing our operations. And that was how the issue of money came in. And they started getting money through kidnapping and hostage taking. They started levying taxes at local level. And that was where we connected banditry and terrorism. You will observe that many of the people that were kidnapped in southern parts of Nigeria will tell you that those who kidnapped them had oil. These are not our local people. They do not speak English. The Fulani they speak is adulterated, if at all they speak Hausa. So it's now an economic activity. And the money taken from Nigeria, if I have to use Nigeria as an example, you cannot trace in any bank in Nigeria. The money is taken into the Sahel. So now Nigeria has a lot of money. They come to Nigeria to make money. And therefore, when they attack you, you say bandits. But these are not bandits. These are people actually connecting the entire Sahel and West Africa.
Yeah, no, I think I only had one question on the academic staff. I think it's the problem, like I highlighted, it's around victimization. And I think part of this is because both the chancellor and the vice chancellor use this and instrumentalize this particular act, either to suspend, to expel. So you find that there are very few people that would want to be in a militant and academic staff committees. So this some of the power of this association to engage. I think there was a colleague the day before yesterday who told currently at the University of Zimbabwe with their protest for better salaries. I think the leaders of the the staff association were already suspended affected. So all these abilities
Okay, thank you. I'll round this up by making two short comments. One is that this panel has actually been an exercise in academic freedom because we'll have an epistemological debate and difference from the panel and those who are presenting, even in terms of the way in which the papers pan out, especially the tensions around the methodologies of the quantitative. But that's what academia is. Expertise, you stick to what you know, and people are free to tell you that we don't feel comfortable with this because of A, B, and C. That's in the exercise of free academic exchange. Godwin, Professor Morunga, if you remember in Dakar, we had made, there were some suggestions that maybe Codesria, and this gentleman has been referring to this, that maybe it is a huge logistic operation, but that Codesria, maybe when it comes to academic and intellectual freedom, that maybe we have to now start like really tracking, creating the mechanism and the institutions and the methods of actually trying to provide a database and documenting it. So, and he made that case very clear. So it is up to you at the Executive Secretariat. But thank you guys so much. This was, I enjoyed, and everybody helped us in keeping in time. So can we just give them a big round of applause? Come on, okay. Thank you. And also, can you just give yourselves a big round of applause because this was like really, thank you so much. Okay, my job is done.
Can you clap for him for doing his job so well? Just to make a response to this particular request that has been put on the table, the subcommittee that was responsible for the development of the Dar es Salaam annex to the Kampala Declaration did actually have a long discussion around questions of monitoring, even if you want questions of ranking and all that. And they arrived at a definite conclusion that monitoring is going to be a part of the agenda of the new declaration that, well, the annex that we are going to follow. So we're beginning a journey. I am hoping that most of you have read the keynote address that Professor Joe Loka Onyango gave as part of his contribution to reviewing our experience with the Dar es Salaam Declaration and the Kampala Declaration. If you haven't read, it's already available. You've had it for about a week. And one of the points that he also raised was the need to more effectively monitor academic and intellectual freedoms. So it's not even a question of whether the Secretariat will do it. I think that the committee has already taken a decision on this. What data, therefore, that we get is going to be available for purposes of a more informed, a more context-specific analysis of academic freedom than perhaps the other databases do have. And so I just want to put that out there for your understanding.
There will be a flash sale on the books that we have left. We've sold most of the books. There are few left, and it will be on a discounted price. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your attention. And now it's lunch break. May I ask you to be back in the room by at 3 o'clock? Lunch break. Stand. Same place for lunch. So you can use these 2 minutes to tell us, to tell a joke about Nigeria and your experience in solving African problems.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. People seem to be heavy with lunch. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'd like to welcome you to this session. And as the program says, the session is devoted to a discussion around the work which has been done in producing the annex to the Kampala Declaration. That work was done by a committee which was established by the Executive Committee of CODESRIA upon the recommendation of the Executive Secretary. And chairing the committee was Professor Issa Shivji. I'd like to invite Professor Shivji to please join me here and ask you to welcome him to this room. It was a very fortunate choice to have Professor Shivji as chair of the production of the Dar es Salaam Annex, because as you would have heard on the first day of our conference, he was also in the front line. He led the process for the drafting of the Kampala Declaration in 1990. When we looked around for some of those who were in Kampala in 1990, very easily, Mzee, the lot fell on you to be the person to steer the work of revisiting the declaration. Other members of the committee, I will not invite them to come to the front, but I think it's fair for you to know those who worked one by one if they are already here. We have Professor Penda Mbo. Professor Penda Mbo has been very active in the discussions. Just to pour que te vois seulement. Tu n'es pas obligé de, oui, tu n'es pas, okay. So Penda Mbo was involved in that work. Yeah, and former minister, professor of history, long-term member of the council, worked very closely with Professor Shivji on this. There is also Professor Jimmy Adeshina, who chaired the session earlier on. He's very well known to us, former member of the executive committee of the council, as well as professor at the University of South Africa presently, after his stint at the University of Ibadan. There's Professor Dries Kiskis, who is not here, but is a member of the scientific committee of CODESRIA. Professor Kiskis was asked to be a co-opted member of the committee representing the scientific committee. Alongside myself, I also attended the meetings of the committee. There is Onalena, I don't see Onalena. Professor Onalena, okay, who is not feeling well. She was here earlier in the day. Professor Onalena Selalwane from Botswana, who was also on the committee. And there is also Professor Josephine Aikire. I saw her earlier on, but maybe she just stepped out. From Uganda, from Makerere University, former Dean of Faculty, and also a long-standing member of the council. And representing the executive committee in accompanying the work of the committee that was appointed was none other than the president of the council herself, Lynn Osome, who participated also in the deliberations in an observer capacity, as well as Dr. Mshai Wangola, who also was with us in an observer capacity. So please applaud them. So this is the group that has done all of the work that led to the production of the annex. And what I would like to do after introducing them is to lay down a few ground rules for our deliberation this afternoon. And the first is to say, first and foremost, that what we are discussing this afternoon is the annex to the Kampala Declaration. We are not rewriting the Kampala Declaration. And if there's anybody who feels a burning desire to rewrite the Declaration of 1990, they can feel free to do so, but it's not necessarily in the context of what we want to do this afternoon. There was a huge discussion by the committee when it first met on whether to amend the Kampala Declaration or to produce an annex to the Kampala Declaration. And the resolution that was reached unanimously was that it would be an annex to the declaration, not a rewriting. All for the simple reason that Kampala 1990 was a historic document. You don't keep amending and amending and amending just for the fact that times have changed or circumstances have shifted. It's an historic document. It remains the Kampala Declaration of 1990. We do so by the way of an annex. And that's why the annex was produced and called the Dar es Salaam Annex 2025 to the Kampala Declaration of 1990. I hope that is clear to all of us. So please, in our interventions and contributions this afternoon, let us not open an argument on whether Kampala is outdated or it was produced in 1990, for God's sake. So obviously things have moved since then, and that is precisely why the annex became necessary. And the executive committee insisted that something be done in order to respond to the changing context and circumstances some 35 years on since the Kampala Declaration. The second broad ground rule I would like to put on the table is that we are not going to get into the business of trying to do a drafting of the committee of the whole. It's never going to work. What we are going to do, the rapporteurs are with us, is to invite a discussion after the presentation of the work done by Professor Shivji, is to invite inputs on section by section of the declaration. Now, if you have made comments online, I want to assure you that we have all those comments captured. And unless you feel a burning desire to repeat what you have said online, please don't repeat them, because the committee already has a broad idea. And as we go along, if need be, I'll make reference to what has been said online for the information of all of us. But we'll go section by section, not clause by clause. And we're operating on the assumption that everybody has had a chance to read the Dar es Salaam Annex to the Kampala Declaration. Please don't get into editing also. Comma is missing here. The language is not clear there. Don't worry, it will be cleaned up. What was produced was for discussion purposes. The final document will be properly cleaned and made available for the broader use of the community once the various processes of approval have been done. At the end of our deliberations, I will be inviting a motion to adopt the Dar es Salaam Annex. And please keep in mind that what we are going to be doing is an adoption. The ultimate endorsement and approval belongs to the General Assembly of CODESRIA. So we are going to adopt, and this will be the basis on which the committee will complete its work, submit that work through the Executive Secretariat to the Executive Committee, which in turn will process it for presentation to the General Assembly. What we adopt in its cleaned up version will be put online, I believe. But the General Assembly itself will receive a report of the adopted document and will be asked to formally approve the document. This is also what was done with the 1990 Kampala Declaration. So it's in line with the rules and practices of the Council. So with those introductory words, Josephine, you are not in when I was introducing members of the committee, so maybe perhaps you want to show your face to the Assembly as one of those who are involved in drafting the Dar es Salaam Annex. Professor Josephine Ayikire from Makerere. Yeah, just your face. And I might add that it is such an enchanting face. Thank you very much. So with those words, is there any question for clarification? I hope we are all on the same page. That will enable us to move fairly quickly and efficiently. I would like to invite Professor Shivji to introduce the work of the committee, what was done, how you arrived at what you have presented to us. And then after that, I will take us through section by section and invite comments, proposals for addition, subtraction, and whatever views you want to share on each of the sections of the Dar es Salaam Annex. And at the end of it, I will also invite a motion for us to adopt. So with those words, let me welcome you, Professor Shivji, to make a broad presentation of the work of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank CODESIA, through CODESIA's President Lino Swami and Executive Secretary Godwin Murunga, for trusting me with this task of discussing and drafting the annex to the Kampala Declaration. I would also like to thank my subcommittee, which I must say put in their work because there were strict deadlines by which they're required to send in their comments. And there are several stages, starting with the outline, then the first draft, and so on. And I really want to thank you for taking this work seriously, which we ought to, and for getting me your comments, which help to improve the draft a lot. I would especially like to thank Adebayo. It's always been a pleasure working with him. And this is not the first time I've been working with him. I worked with him on the implementation of the Governance Committee report, which resulted in certain amendments to CODESIA's charter. So, Bayo, allow me to take this opportunity to thank you personally. It's always been very pleasant working with him. You know, Bayo has this fantastic capacity to disagree with you without hurting you. As Bayo said, the aim of the annex was not to amend the Kampala Declaration. Declarations are usually not amended, they're historic documents. But to try to fill the gap on certain provisions of the Kampala Declaration in the light of new conditions, we thought of this to come up with an annex to the Kampala Declaration. So the Kampala Declaration is a living document and continues to live. So when you read the annex, of course, the annex should be read together with the Kampala Declaration. Kampala Declaration was adopted in 1990, now 35 years old. And in 2025, we are proposing to adopt the annex today. So thank you very much. What I will do here, since most of you must have read the annex, in fact, I was pleased in some of the paper, the annex is already being cited, which was a great pleasure. And this was not just in one or two papers, it was in several papers. So which means that people had seriously read the annex and they're citing them in their papers. The annex is typical in such documents, starts with a preamble, which sets the context, the socio-economic context of the changing conditions, which is self-explanatory. I did not go through it, except that it highlights the new geopolitical conditions and forces in our world today, and how African intellectuals cannot afford to dismiss the world-shaking changes which are taking place in our world, and what kind of impact is likely to have on our concerns, on not only our freedom, intellectual freedom, but also the freedom of our people. So that is the context set by the preamble. Then we have the annex as the format in the Kampala Declaration is divided into chapters and sections. Before the chapters, there are about 5 preliminary points which are made there on page 6. And one of the two important points which are made is that one, the annex does not replace the Kampala Declaration. So it should be read together with Kampala Declaration as integral part of that declaration. And number 2, the annex puts a lot of emphasis on our intellectual responsibility, which was already there, of course, in the Kampala Declaration, but this time even more in the light of the changing circumstances. Because as intellectuals, as thinkers, as researchers, as concerned, committed people in Africa today, we have to be in the forefront of both understanding as well as participating with our people in the struggles against the new conditions and participating with them in their freedom, social justice, and emancipation. So this is made right in the beginnings, in the preliminary. Then chapter A1, it's a bit cumbersome, but it is called chapter A1 because the Kampala declarations were called chapters 1, 2, 3, and so forth. So in the annex, we have called it chapter A. With a major concern, we believe a major concern today, which is participation in popular struggles. Participation of intellectual communities and intellectuals in popular struggles of our people. Because one point which came out in our discussions, and rightly so, is that we cannot isolate academic and intellectual freedom from the struggles of our working people. So we should integrate them. Okay, so that's what chapter A1 starts with. And there are 2 sections. Section 1 talks about responsibility of African intellectual communities as a collective. And section 2 talks about responsibility of African intellectuals individually, the kind of responsibility of every African intellectual. And both these sections emphasize the responsibility of participating in advancing the popular struggles. I'll just quickly present it and then we can discuss it. Then there's chapter A2, intellectuals in the production and reproduction of hegemonies. Now, this was not in the Kampala Declaration, but it has become increasingly important. The role we play, the role intellectuals play in the development and propagating and promoting hegemonies. And these are not simply state hegemonies, state ideologies, but also some of the social discourses. The neoliberal phase has brought this out very clearly. The intellectuals did play a role. Some of the intellectuals refused and put up resistance to neoliberal ideology, but others participated. So in that sense, what is our role as intellectuals? What is our responsibility in helping to produce and reproduce these hegemonies? Okay? Because some of you will recall the famous quote of Antonio Gramsci, that the organic intellectuals of the people and the organic intellectuals of ruling class. So ruling classes also use intellectuals to produce and reproduce their hegemonies and their ideologies. What is our responsibility in that case? So that is what is dealt with in chapter 2. The section 1 talks about the role of intellectuals in the production and reproduction of hegemonies. And section 2 talks about responsibility in understanding geopolitical upheavals. This is also new in the sense that it takes into account the upheavals that we are witnessing in the world today. What is our responsibility in both understanding that and also raising awareness about these upheavals in the popular people, the popular masses, and in our young generation? How do we make sense of the upheavals which are going on? Because one thing that neoliberalism has done is that it has just created it says that you cannot understand. Okay, you only observe. It's part of neoliberal ideology. Okay, which sort of is against grand narratives, which is against theories and theorization, and which is against understanding. So here, then section 2 brings us in front of our responsibility to understand these upheavals, not to throw up our hands in despair. Oh, it doesn't make sense. No. There is always a pattern in things which are happening. Things don't just happen as one-off. There's always a pattern. How do we understand this? So that's also our responsibility as intellectuals. Then chapter A3, again, in the view of the committee, an important chapter, and actually we had lots of discussion on that. Reclaiming knowledge as a commons and protecting the public sphere. You know, one of the devastating effects of neoliberalism has been to constrict public sphere. and the marketization ideology and privatization ideology. Okay? And turn knowledge into the so-called intellectual property and patenting them for sale for the private profit. Okay? In fact, just at tea time, when Bayo was having his ginger tea, I reminded him that ginger tea became very popular during COVID. My partner and I closed in our rooms for 3 months, and we were drinking ginger tea every morning. Now that was picked up after COVID by restaurants and even 5-star hotels. Today you can go to a hotel, to a restaurant in Dar es Salaam and ask for chai chai. That's what it is called, chai chai or chai dawa. Okay? And then Bayo said that very soon they'll patent it and sell it back to us. So, I mean, these are real things. Okay? Patenting of seeds. Very common. And that's causing amazing effects on our society, on our peasant society. Production of terminal seeds, for example. So, there's a great responsibility on our shoulders to reclaim knowledge. Knowledge is not a private property. Knowledge is not for privatizing and monopolizing and making profits out of it. Knowledge is a public good. It should be available to all. So that is where your responsibility. So section 1 talks about knowledge as commons. And section 2 talks about resisting the constriction of the public sphere. That onslaught on public sphere in different ways of neoliberalism. We have to put up a strong resistance to that because a continuing process. It's a work in progress. You'll be surprised how far this can go. Just the other day, we read that the Tanzanian government has come to an understanding for the whole country to have agriculture corridors. Okay? So, as I said, it's an ongoing process. It's happening, I think, in all over Africa. Okay? Our natural resources, they have been privatized under different guises. The other day I read a story, I think all of us read it, that President Tshisekedi of Congo entering a deal with Trump's America for minerals for security. Okay? Basically selling of minerals. The Somalia president wants to give 6 ports of Somalia to Americans, you know, in what do you call it now? In exchange for security. Our corrupt regimes, the political class is basically piece by piece selling of our country. And selling of the natural resources means selling the livelihoods of our people. Okay. So all of you must have read the deals about carbon set of deals. Okay, with these large corporations. So that I think we have to raise our voices, collaborate with our people to struggle against it. Because people are struggling against this thing, because they're immediately affected. But we are absent from it, or largely absent. Okay? So I think that is an important section. Then there's chapter 4, African knowledge. And this has come out in a number of papers. Marginalization of African knowledge, African epistemology. Okay? An imposition of Western centric as the truth. So now I think we have to resist that. This is not to say that you simply dismiss Western knowledge. No, all this is part of human knowledge. But African knowledge should also engage with other knowledge systems. Okay? And in the process, advance human knowledge as a whole. So that is chapter F4. Then chapter F5 talks about donor domination. Again, number of papers. Just yesterday at the panel here, this thing came out. Donor funding comes with strings. Okay, all of us know. And that is why I never get tired of repeating that CODESIA has played a big role in protecting us from that by being a buffer. Okay? But today, our youth administrations don't expect them to put up resistance. They are not. They want to get money on us. We cannot accept just any funding for the sake of it. We cannot sell our soul for funding. We have to have integrity in this, and that is what is said, what is your responsibility in terms of donor funding. Chapter 6 talks about relationship with other intellectual communities. This chapter is outward looking. We should not sort of ensconce ourselves with simply intellectual, academic communities. We have to have relations, build bridges with other outside intellectual communities. And that is where I think this morning someone made a distinction between intellectuals and academics. There are intellectuals out there, outside. In the communities, there are intellectuals. Okay? So we have to build relationships and learn. Not only constantly say, oh, we have something to teach you. No, we also must learn. Okay? Because look, our people are not fools, they are not dumb. They understand. You know, we very often here, I don't know in your countries, but I'm sure the same thing happens. When the elections are around the corner, some of our NGOs and even our institutes at the university are given funds to go and educate people on the impending election, how to vote, what to do, what election means, and so on. So some years ago, REDET, which is a research organization on education and democracy, had organized this education of the peasants countryside. So they would go there, people would attend, they'll be told how to vote and so on. So once in one meeting, after the meeting was over, one villager stood up and said, "You have come to educate us. We sat here for 2 hours listening to you, and you are paid for it. Now where is our payment for coming to listen to you?" I mean, there cannot be a more succinct comment on what you are doing. We think that people don't understand. They do. They do. And that is where we lose our credibility. Okay? Which is true, right? You go out there, you get your per diems and so on and so forth. But people who come to listen there, they do not even get a drink water. Okay. So relationship with other intellectual communities. But, and this is important, not only within our countries, not only within the continent, but even outside the continent. But this relationship should not sacrifice, okay, basic principles of social justice and self-determination of respective societies. We cannot do intellectual relationship with just anyone, right? In my view, you cannot intellectual relationship with intellectuals who participate in the machinery of genocide, for example. Okay, or those intellectuals who participate in xenophobia, or people who participate in other phobias. Okay, so that is important to keep in mind. So I think that is what chapter A6 deals with. And in our discussions, I'm sure we can elaborate further. Chapter A7, and I think this is a further elaboration of the Kampala Declaration, is discrimination and other kinds of prejudice, particularly gender discrimination. I think the annex is much more elaborate than the Kampala Declaration on this issue. One of the points that Joe Oloka Onyang made very strongly, and one of the gaps in the Kampala Declaration was, although it talked about gender discrimination, we talked very in a generalized form, okay? And therefore that gap is now filled by A32 onwards about gender discrimination. Because gender discrimination is also verbal, psychological, and physical, and that happens on our campus. Okay, it happens on our campuses. Some years ago, we had an example of a female student committing suicide. Okay, so that's very important, and we have to combat it. As intellectuals, we have a responsibility to combat it. Also, discrimination against people of different sexual orientations. Homophobia is very prevalent on our campuses. Okay, so these are some of the issues that are not directly addressed in Kampala Declaration, which are in the annex. Then chapter A8, the application of the Kampala Declaration, the annex are now expanded. Because in 1990, when we drafted the Kampala Declaration, I think most of our countries were public universities. But since then, over 35 years, we have had a proliferation of private universities. We have proliferation of institutes of research outside the university. One of the World Bank projects was to create these institutions of research outside universities, to undermine universities. Okay? It's a deliberate project. I mean, remember why they created that consortium, okay, against Rhodesia. I mean, the objective was very clear. Okay? So now this declaration, both in terms of freedoms and responsibility, applies and institutions of the like nature. Finally, chapter A9 puts certain obligations of institutions of higher education and like in institutions. That this institution of higher education and other institutions of like nature have obligations. Okay? And you will see the obligations which are provided there in various articles. Now, just for some of my lawyer friends, you will notice that the word used is obligation, not the duty. The duty is a jural opposite of right. That's why the use of the word obligation. There are obligations, but there are no corresponding rights. Okay? That's the meaning of the use of the word obligations. I think that brings us to the end of the presentation of Kampala Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Wale Mushivji, for walking us through the Dar es Salaam Annex, the work which was done, the rationale behind, the elements of continuity with Kampala, but also some of the specific new elements that have been incorporated into the Dar es Salaam Annex, particularly in terms of social responsibility, questions of gender, and also the issue of private universities. In 1990, when the Kampala Declaration was adopted, most universities were state-owned public universities. And taking the private universities into account in this annex is one of those new elements that you have brought into the declaration. So there we have it. By way of ensuring that we stay awake, can we please applaud Professor Shivji? Okay, thank you very much indeed, colleagues. So we'll now go section by section. And as I indicated, for most of those who have written comments to the online documents, all your comments have been captured. And you don't really need to repeat them. There are a few which, as we go along, I will highlight for general information because of their pertinence. But otherwise, I would like to open up and begin first with the preamble to the Dar es Salaam Annex. Are there any comments on the preamble that we can take in the immediate? Okay, I don't see any hands up for comments. I just want to, in that case, note that there is a strong recommendation that the preamble should be shortened, edited to be shortened. That came from the Vice President of CODESRIA, not more than a page and a half maximum. And I can assure that it will be reformatted. What you have, as I said, is fairly directly out of the oven for the benefit of this meeting. The proper formatting, language, and editing will be done, and we'll take that into account. There was also a recommendation that we should not forget to mention that the attacks on academic freedom predated the introduction of structural adjustment programs. I think that was, in fact, the reason why there was the Kampala Declaration lead up to the introduction of structural adjustment. But there might be no harm in editing the preamble to also take some of those observations into account. Certainly not in terms of the some of the ideological criticism. Structural adjustment was a reality on our continent. It is one of the things on which CODESRIA devoted its intellectual agenda for at least a decade in leading the intellectual fight against structural adjustment on the continent. So for those who made comments that there was a little too much of attack on neoliberalism, you will understand that there's a historical context and background to it, and it's in line with the continuation of the tradition of intellectual criticism of that program, which CODESRIA championed, even when it was not fashionable to do so. Okay, so I'll leave the preamble and move on to the preliminary. The preliminary, which comprises 5 elements, and seems to me that the most important message there, which Professor Shivji also highlighted is the fact that the Kampala Declaration and the Dar es Salaam Annex are documents of persuasion, not of coercion. They are documents of persuasion and not of coercion. Anyway, is there any comment on the preliminaries? Kobu George.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Effectivement, ce a été suggéré. Je trouve que le CODESIA, c'est pour moi une institution qui doit porter les libertés académiques. J'ai le sentiment que c'est moins fort de dire que c'est simplement un document de persuasion et non de coercition. Surtout que plus tard, à l'article 25, il est mentionné que ça doit être l'obligation, que les institutions ont l'obligation. Le mot coercition, là, pour moi, j'ai le sentiment que c'est faible. Ça ne donne pas vraiment la latitude au rôle que le CODESIA, parce que je crois que la déclaration de Kampala est restée un peu dans le tiroir, alors que c'est quelque chose qui doit être vraiment, qui doit, à mon sens, éclairer, apporter une solidité à l'engagement des intellectuels africains dans le processus de libéralisation du continent. Donc, dire que c'était qu'une persuasion, j'ai trouvé que le mot là est assez timide par rapport au mandat qu'on attend du CODESIA par rapport à ça.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Kobu Georges, c'est bien noté. Abia.
Paragraph number 3, when identifies the term of intellectuals, can we add, because this is part of discussion, Dr. Nanzi, yesterday, can we add student and administrative staff? So not only.
Okay, suggestion to include the term intellectuals includes academics and researchers, and Abia is suggesting that we include students and administrative staff of institutions. So we'll just note it. Is there any other comment, Omano?
I think she took it from her mouth. We should just indicate that intellectual broadly include, and we should include students there, given also the role they play in knowledge generation and even research. Yeah, research.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now move on to chapter A1, participation in popular struggles, which is one of the key innovations of this declaration. Marima Toure already started a debate on this before lunch. Tu as la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Je voulais d'abord dire réellement mon appréciation pour la rédaction de ce document, qui est vraiment très bien fouillé, très profond, et qui rend vraiment compte de la capacité de production du CODESIA en tant qu'intellectuel africain. La proposition que je voulais faire, c'est qu'au chapitre A1, et cela correspond bien avec notre esprit, là où l'on cite les principes de base qui sont la liberté, la justice sociale, qu'après justice sociale, on rajoute l'égalité de sexe, la dignité humaine et la participation humaine. Dans ce même esprit, la question de genre est très correctement prise dans le document. Mais je pense que la section qui vient sur la discrimination de genre, sur la prise en compte du genre dans la section qui porte sur l'individu. Parce que je pense que combattre pour l'égalité de genre, Ce n'est pas seulement une responsabilité individuelle de chacun de nous, mais c'est notre responsabilité collective en tant que communauté. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mariama.
En bon francophone,
oui.
Je vais aussi militer pour la qualité de la rédaction, parce que quand on dit les questions du jour, en français, c'est les questions actuelles, c'est-à-dire cette traduction littérale qui ne parle pas français, mais qui parle un anglais traduit, on devrait en tenir compte. Et je ne sais pas maintenant jusqu'où aussi le codécia est prêt à adopter une écriture inclusive. En français, c'est important.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. C'est bien noté. Égalité, gender equality doit être inséré dans l'article. Et en plus, nous devons faire la transition du franglais au français. Okay. Pour nous qui sommes les adeptes de franglais, c'est bien entendu. Merci beaucoup. Et en Swahili en plus. Hein? Okay, thank you very much, Mariama. These are noted. On the translation, please don't worry too much. It will be put through professional in English, in French, in Portuguese, and in Swahili. Right? And Arabic, yes. Those are the codicial languages. Swahili has just been added by popular demand. So we already work in those 4 languages, English, French, Portuguese, Arabic, and the translation will be done professionally. Our final version in French, in English, finalized by the committee. Okay, shall I move on now to section 2, responsibility of African intellectuals? Yes, please, Carlos Cardoso.
Bon, je pense, peut-être j'ai raté l'opportunité de parler de la section 1, mais ce que je voulais proposer, bon, c'est déjà de saluer l'initiative de Codesria de faire cet addenda. Je voulais proposer, je me demande, en lisant le contenu de section 1 et section 2, si on ne peut pas trouver un moyen de le fusionner, les 2 sections et faire en sorte que cette responsabilité soit aussi une responsabilité collective et individuelle en même temps. Au lieu de parler de la communauté d'intellectuels africains, la communauté, comment dire, responsabilité of African intellectuals, en tout cas, ne pas séparer les 2 sections. Faire une...
Ok, merci beaucoup, c'est bien noté, Carlos. C'est une question de format à adopter. Et c'est vrai qu'il y avait des gens qui avaient proposé aussi qu'avec le préambule et les préliminaires, on peut les fusionner. Mais le comité va revoir ça. Le contenu, il n'y a pas de débat, mais le format adopté, on verra quand on va finaliser le document. Yeah, Omano, you are talking too much now. Yeah, please.
I think in Article A5, we should add preservation of the earth.
Preservation of the earth.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about climate change and all of that. Yeah, environmental issues.
Okay, thank you. That's noted. I'll now move on to chapter 2, and their intellectuals in the production and reproduction of hegemonies. Section 1, role of intellectuals in hegemonies. It's a short section, 2 articles. Yes, please, Ainema.
Thank you.
You need the microphone.
Thank you. Before you move to chapter 2, just indulge me for a moment. I come from a country where the older people are now under threat. In some instances, they're even being burnt alive, immolation. Don't we also need to say something about them under chapter 1? Thank you.
Okay. Save the gerontocrats. By all means necessary. You are not alone. Okay, thank you. That is noted. There's no comment on hegemonies, the responsibility in understanding geopolitical upheavals. That's section 2. Okay, we're doing very well. I'll move on to chapter 3, reclaiming knowledge as a commons and protecting the public sphere. It's an important section. Any additional thoughts other than the comments that have been? Most of the comments online were mostly of an editorial nature, based on what I have read of those comments. And they will be taken care of in the final edit of the document. Okay. Still on section 2, resisting the constriction of the public sphere. Any comments? Thank you very much. African knowledge